Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the 11th Annual DBE Summit presented by the District Department of Transportation in partnership with the Federal Highway Administration. I'm Doris McMillan of McMillan Communications, where we help you tell your story. We are very excited about this 11th Annual DBE Summit because it allows us to bring together DBEs, or disadvantaged business enterprises, which are comprised of smaller, minority, and woman-owned firms that are certified with DDOT and WMATA. Now, before we get off and running today, I have just a few housekeeping announcements, so please pay attention and please make sure that you have muted your microphone. Here's an overview of the day. We're going to start with a plenary session, and then we will move to presentations from DDOT, including the Office of Contracts and Procurement, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, the Infrastructure Project Management Division, and the Office of Operations. Then we're going to take a break for lunch, and we'll come back for the virtual Networking for Success session, where you're going to be able to visit breakout rooms to connect with different prime contractors. During our program, we will also have 3 breaks. During each break, we'll put up a slide that'll be displayed on the screen that indicates what time the program will resume. If you have any questions during the summit, please submit your questions to the Q&A box located at the right side bottom part of your screen, and that's where you'll be able to visit breakout rooms also and connect with different prime contractors. If you have a question, again, just make sure that you put it in the Q&A box, and it's located to the right of your screen. Questions are going to be answered at the end of each session. Now, in the chat, you're going to see a link to the event's landing page, and that landing page contains all the event resources, including the program book, the public presentations, the speaker profiles, exhibitor profiles, and all of the resources and materials that we have for you. Now, as you know, building the district's transportation infrastructure demands that we have a partnership between DBEs, prime contractors, DDOT, and the Federal Highway Administration and the Federal Transit Administration, which is why this summit is so very important as a meeting place for all of us. All right, I'd like to get started and introduce to you one of my favorite people. His name is Christopher Lawson. We call him Chris. Chris has been the administrator of the DC Division of Federal Highway Administration for over 10 years. He was previously the special assistant to the Federal Highway Administrator. But what we really want to let you know is that this summit, now in its 11th year, was his idea, his concept. So Chris, we just say a big thank you to you for doing this, for allowing us to have a place to meet each other so that we can work with each other and hopefully get some really nice contracts too. So thanks so much for your great idea. The floor is now yours. And you just have to unmute.
There you go. It said that I was not allowed to unmute myself. So I'm having within the last 5 minutes here, my new dog in the house came and knocked
Hey,
the
Chris.
light over on my head. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? So within the last 5 minutes, my new puppy has come into the room here and knocked the lighting over on my head and you see this cut on my head here? Hit me right on my head. So anyway, good morning and welcome to the 11th Annual Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Forum, which is graciously hosted by the District Department of Transportation. My name is Chris Lawson, and I am the Division Administrator for Federal Highways District of Columbia Division Office. I would like to thank Doris McMillan for the kind introduction, and it's always great to see her. and to the organizers of today's event, and especially to my friend and colleague, Everett Lott, who is the director of the District Department of Transportation. I'd like to take this opportunity to kind of reintroduce Federal Highway to many of you who may be attending this event for the first time. At FHWA, we are presently providing about $175 to $180 million or more in federal financial grant assistance to DDOT, and DDOT plans, designs, constructs, and maintains the roads and bridges in the District of Columbia. In addition to financial assistance, we provide training, technology assistance, program knowledge, stewardship, and oversight to DDOT on an array of projects and programs in the District of Columbia. We have a division office in all 50 states, DC and Puerto Rico, and we are one of many departments housed within the United States Department of Transportation. As many of you are aware, we have a brand new bipartisan infrastructure deal, part of a $1.2 trillion infrastructure package that calls for $110 billion for roads, bridges, and all major infrastructure projects that will provide stability and certainty to DDOT and the consultant and contractor community for the next 5 years. Today is my favorite day of the year, especially when we're in person, because it's a day where DDOT and FHWA's efforts make a difference in the lives of the contracting community, particularly DBEs and small minority contractors, by creating an environment that fosters networking, relationship building, and opportunity. I always enjoy intermingling with DDOT staff, seeing Doris McMillan, seeing the teams from Fort Myer and HNTB and Monumental Concrete, and all the DBEs and contractors and consultants. I really want to give a special recognition to my good friend, Keith Fox, who many of you know used to work at DDOT. He went to join RK&K, and now he has joined the contracting community with his small firm called Fox STEM. So I'm looking forward to seeing great things from Keith in the District of Columbia. For those of you who have attended this event in previous years, welcome back. You kind of know the drill. You know how rewarding today is. For the newcomers or first-time attendees, this is an opportunity for everyone to engage, build relationships, and generate opportunities for disadvantaged businesses. So let me thank you all for your attendance. I'm looking forward to a great day, and I hope that you all will be able to gain something valuable out of today's forum and experience. Thank you, Doris. I'm going to turn the floor back over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. And always good to good to see you. And thank you so much for creating this space for us. And now I'm going to introduce Mr. Everett Lott. He was named DDOT Deputy Director 2.5 years ago in 2018. He's been in the government service for 25 years. He previously served as Senior Advisor for Shared Services in the FHWA Office of Administration. And Mr. Lott became acting director in May of 2021. He was appointed also to the Senior Executive Service, SES, in 2016 as the Associate Administrator for Administration for the U.S. DOT Pipelines and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. And so I now present to you the very nattily dressed Everett Lott.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Doris, good morning. Thank you for that introduction. Chris, thank you for that introduction as well. I'm so happy to be here. And Jackie, thanks for your sign language interpretation. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's an absolute honor to co-host DDOT's 11th annual DBE Summit and Networking Symposium with Federal Highway Administration. I want to thank you for your continued funding support of DDOT's civil rights programs. We at DDOT, we're committed to increasing the business opportunities for our disadvantaged and our small businesses that wish to participate in our federally funded contracts. And so I want to take a moment to recognize all 1,547 certified DBE firms that are registered with DDOT. And if your firm is registered, Visit the Equity Inclusion Division, the exhibitor table to learn how you can become a DDOT certified DBE summit, a DBE certified DBE. And I would just like to note we have a record attendance of over 730 folks registered for this particular DB Summit today, which is fantastic. This is definitely the highest number of registrants that we've had. So we're really excited about what the possibilities have for our DBEs in partnering and working with us here at DDOT. So in FY 2020, DDOT awarded roughly about $35 million in federal highway contracts, of which about $13 million, 37%, went to DBE firms. This exceeded the agency's federal highway DBE spending goal of 22% by roughly 14.8%. So we're really excited about the work that we've been able to do to really increase the amount of work that we're able to give and provide to our DBEs. The DDOT is committed to ensuring that our DBE firms have access to programming to build their capacity to do business with the agency. And so to this end, we continue the tradition of engaging certified firms by conducting the first ever virtual DBE Summit and Symposium in November of 2020, which was attended by about 277 participants. And in January of 2021, DDOT launched the online DB certification management system to provide eligible firms with a secure environment to request new certifications, renew their existing certifications, and or to request to expand their services. So in May 2021, DDOT had its first ever virtual DB networking event to connect DB firms with contracting opportunities, financial information, and business resources to grow their firms. The event had about 556 registrants, 38 exhibitors participating in networking opportunities, and the feedback that we received was that it was absolutely fantastic. People really loved it. And so we're really trying to build off of that and continue that momentum. So I want to thank everyone who took the time to be here today, and thank you for committing to the success of the DBE program. This work could not be done without the support of our federal sponsor, Federal Highway Administration, and Chris Lawson under his leadership. Cannot be done without our prime contractors and our consultants. And also it can be done without DDOT's very own Transportation and Equity Inclusion Division. So thank you, Nana Bailey Thomas, for leading this effort, you and your team. Now it's with my great pleasure that I get to introduce our newest member of the team, of our senior leadership team, DDOT's Deputy Director, Sharon Kirschbaum, who will share a few moments and a few comments on the importance of this event. So Sharon, it's all yours.
Thanks, Everett, and good morning. My name is Sharon Kirschbaum, and I am the Deputy Director of the District Department of Transportation. As Deputy Director, I'm responsible for the day-to-day management of the agency, including administrative functions, finance, operations, project delivery, performance, and technology. I am excited to be here for my first and DDOT's 11th Annual DBE Summit Networking Symposium. I'm looking forward to engaging with our business partners and communities throughout the coming months. I know that industry, general contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers are the backbone of DDOT. Our contractors, big and small, are vital in helping us accomplish our mission, equitably delivering a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network to residents, visitors of the District of Columbia. I'm actually hearing the people. It's okay? Can you hear me now? Still can't. I'm sorry. It shows that I'm off mute, so going. Okay, now it's better. Anyway, just wanted to say a quick hello. I just wanted to also emphasize that our partnerships are critical to ensuring that our agency meets the Federal Highway Administration mandated DBE program goals and fulfills our mission commitment to equity among the communities we serve. We are fully committed to ensuring that our disadvantaged and small business communities participate in our contracting as an agency. It is a priority both for our director and ultimately his entire team to ensure that you have access to information about opportunities in DDOT in general. Today, you will hear presentations that will help you navigate the DDOT organization. This summit will also share forecast information on upcoming DDOT projects and contract opportunities. I am a firm believer that providing information about our contracts is the first step to ensuring that small businesses grow and thrive. Excited to be part of a dynamic agency that strives to deliver new and innovative quality services to support the growth and expansion of small and disadvantaged businesses. Again, I'm happy to be here and welcome you to the DBE Summit. I'm looking forward to future summits where I can see you in person and not worry about technology issues. Ultimately, we couldn't do what we do without you. I wish you the best of luck in today's summit and in future. Thanks so much.
Oh, right. Deputy Director Kirschbaum, thank you so much. And just let me say this as we move throughout the day. This virtual world has changed a lot about how we communicate. And so we may have some technical glitches happening. Mics might not get unmuted. Cameras may not come up when you expect, but nobody will die. And we will make it. And will be better for the experience. So, any technical glitches, just keep it moving. That's how we roll. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Kirschbaum. I'd like to introduce now Director Christy Whitfield, and she is the director of the DC Department of Small and Local Business Development, or DSLBD. When Mayor Bowser appointed her, she knew that she had a relentless advocate for the district's small and local business community. And the mayor also knew that Director Whitfield would take on the challenge of finding and implementing new ways to give district residences and businesses their fair shot at opportunities. She has also done a lot to help businesses and residents in the district. In addition, she was the director of the Women's Institute for Housing and Economic Development, and also an entrepreneur. She is the proud owner of the nationally recognized DC-based business Curbside Cupcakes. So let me now introduce Director Christy Whitfield. Welcome. Just have to unmute.
All right, I think I'm unmuted. Can people hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, thank you. All right, and thank you, Doris. And good morning, everyone. My name is Christy Whitfield. It is a pleasure to be here with everyone today virtually. I am the director of the Department of Small Local Business Development, also known as DSLBD. I would like to thank Director Lott for inviting me to participate in this exciting day. Administrator Lawson and their teams, and this DBE, I think 11th annual DBE Summit. So I was sort of waxing a little reflective as I was thinking about this important federal use of funds. I usually play in the local arena, and so I'm sort of thinking about, John F. Kennedy had said, a rising tide lifts all boats. And it's funny because people often hear me say that, the contrary opinion, which is that a rising tide maybe doesn't always lift all boats or doesn't lift all boats equally. And this is why programs like this DBE program is so very important, right? As a former business owner, I understand personally, the heightened barriers to entrepreneurship. And I understand that achieving entrepreneurial access is not a one-size-fits-all approach. And frankly, that some businesses experience more challenges than others because they don't have the same access to resources and opportunities. And this reality was made even more apparent during COVID, as many of our disadvantaged businesses, as probably many of the participants today, experience accessing federal relief funds. So as the Bowser administration continues to place equity as its paramount priority, I want to assure you that the staff at DSLBD and I continue to explore a myriad of ways to ensure that all local businesses, no matter what stage they're at, have specific supports and services that are necessary to help you rise and achieve successful outcomes. So here at DSLBD, people know us mostly in this arena here for administering the CBE program, which certifies local businesses so that they can receive preference points from when bidding on district contracts. And then we've got our district capitalized program, which helps unbanked or underbanked businesses access capital that they need to thrive. And we've got our business opportunities and PTAC divisions, which are purely dedicated to helping local businesses navigate the procurement process for the local and federal programs. If I have one message for the people that are here on this program today, it is to say, hello, good morning, and DSLBD is here to help support your businesses. You're going to learn a lot today, and you're going to learn about DDOT's forecasted projects. I also want to make sure that people are thinking about local resources and local opportunities too. In November, DSLBD will release the mayor's FY22 Green Book, also known more formally as the Small Business Enterprise Opportunities Guide. If you are not familiar with it, the Green Book is an invaluable resource for small disadvantaged businesses. It provides details on each monitored district agency's budget, identifies planned acquisitions for the upcoming fiscal year, and analyzes areas where agencies have had difficulty finding small businesses. It's giving me to reduce the CPU usage. Is that telling me to turn off my virtual background? All right, so we are so resilient in this technology time. I'm going to keep going because you know what? This is what entrepreneurs do. We just keep going. I'm going to just push through, or I don't know why the technology is telling me I'm just going to keep going. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I'm almost finished. Let me say that it's important to know that last year, even during the public health emergency, that the district celebrated a $1 billion spent with local businesses. And so, you know, this year we will be releasing the next Green Book, and we are hoping and expecting that that is going to be our new ceiling, with our new floor, which used to be an unimaginable ceiling. So, you know, in short, I just want to say, don't forget about DSLBD. Check us out at dslbd.dc.gov to learn about all the different types of current programming that is there to offer. And summary, these are, you know, we have run out of adjectives for these times as we kind of navigate the technology and the uncertainty and the reality of extension of this health situation that hopefully we're all getting towards the light at the end of the tunnel. You are not alone, entrepreneurs. Understand that DSLBD is full of people who understand your situation. We want to be here in lockstep with you, and we want to help you make those connections that will help your businesses, you know, survive, pivot, and thrive. So again, thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and have a great rest of your day.
Director Whitfield, thank you so much. And you did just what we're supposed to do, acknowledge the problem and keep it moving. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to introduce to you Nana Bailey-Thomas. Ms. Bailey-Thomas is the District Department of Transportation's Chief Transportation Equity and Inclusion Officer. From 2011 until 2020, Ms. Bailey-Thomas served as an Assistant General Counsel and DDOT's labor liaison. In this role, she improved the agency's relations with various labor unions and skillfully negotiated several agency-wide policy initiatives. Please welcome Ms. Nana Bailey-Thomas. Sorry, Nana.
Thank you so much, Doris. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 11th Annual DBE Summit. I am so excited and happy to see everyone here virtually. Hopefully we'll be able to be in person soon, but we'll take virtual for now. So As Doris indicated, I am Nana Bailey Thomas, and I'm the Chief Transportation Equity and Inclusion Officer for DDOT. I oversee the Equity Inclusion Division as well as our EEO programming, where we ensure transportation equity happens across the agency. First, I would like to thank Chris Lawson as our FHWA partner, Acting Director Lott for allowing us the freedom and creativity to put on the 11th Annual Summit, the entire DDOT, DBE, and EEO team. As I say, we are small but mighty, and I want to give a special thank you to the Deputy Compliance Officer for the DDOT Equity and Inclusion team, which is Andrea Jackson. As I say all the time, that is my assistant coach, and this would not have been possible without her. So Andrea, I just want to publicly take a moment to thank you. Again, I would like to welcome all of you to the 11th Annual DBE Summit and Networking event. This year, we've decided to expand our summit by not only sharing a forecast of business opportunities, but also give you the opportunity to get to know the acting director via a fireside chat. During the chat, the acting director will share his vision for expanding opportunities to DBE and small business firms. In support of the acting director's vision, I would like to highlight some new program initiatives and activities at DDOT to support the DBE and small business communities. DDOT is making it easy for small and minority businesses to submit required documentation to become DBE certified with our agency through our newly automated and secure online certification portal and system. For firms seeking to become DBE certified with DDOT, we will be hosting free quarterly certification training workshops to provide instructions on how to navigate our online certification system. Firms will learn about the certification requirements and how to apply, upload required documents, and track the status of their certification applications throughout the entire process. To support the growth, development, and capacity of DBE firms, we are launching a year-long business development program, also known as BDP, and it's called Roadways to Opportunities. This will allow for 20 DBE firms to enable them to enhance their ability to grow their businesses and successfully participate on DDOT contracts. The BDP program will focus on business operations, contracting principles, DDOT requirements, and technology. We are proud to partner with the Small Business Resource Transportation Center to implement this program. The Small Business Resource Transportation is here today in the exhibit hall, so please be sure to stop by their exhibit table. We want to ensure that DBE and small businesses are prepared, qualified, and have access to information, resources that they need to sustain, grow, and expand their firms. Throughout the coming year, we will be launching a series of technical assistance workshops and a quarterly lunch and learn that will cover topics including access to capital, bonding, and other industry-related topics. We will be hosting our second virtual DBE networking event, which is tentatively planned in May of 2022. This event will feature one-on-one matchmaking opportunities with prime contractors, access to financial institutions and resources, and business-to-business networking. The annual DBE Summit and Networking Symposiums afford small and disadvantaged businesses the opportunity to engage directly with agency program staff, highway construction contractors, and consultants. To ensure that the concerns of the DBE and small business communities with whom the agency does business is equitably represented and addressed, we will also begin exploring creating a DBE advisory group. Have to give a special shout out to Keith Fox, who actually brought this idea to us last year. This will help provide valuable feedback from the firms to the agency on DBE programs. Also, that to ensure that those concerns are addressed to ensure successful participation on our projects. DDOT also wants to make sure that DBE firms are aware and in compliance with federal and local regulations. To this effort, we will launch a new module within the Civil Rights Compliance System that will assist prime contractors with reporting DBE utilization plans and payment verification. We are also developing a cadre of on-the-job training supportive services programs, such as the Highway Construction Laborers Training Program. And we've entitled this Building Bridges to Opportunities, or BBOP, BBOP. The free training program will assist participants in building upon existing workforce skills, such as learning new skills in highway construction, which will allow for them to support themselves, their families, and communities. Finally, we will be the first agency in the country to launch the workforce management module, which will enable our agency to generate comprehensive reports needed to track our workforce compliance requirements. As an agency, DDOT, we are continuously exploring new ways to improve by implementing new and innovative programs and services aimed at expanding the accessibility, inclusion, and opportunities for small, minority, and disadvantaged businesses to successfully participate in DDOT's contracting opportunities and workforce development training programs. Our goal is to provide programs and services focused on ensuring that our disadvantaged and small businesses are aware, involved, and included in the agency's business opportunities through proactive outreach, streamlined certification, and equity access to resources and information. I want to thank everyone who took time out to be here today, and thank you for committing to the success of the DBE program. Doris, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Nana Bailey Thomas. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. William E. Bill Sharp. He is the District of Columbia's Chief Contracting Officer for Infrastructure and Transportation at the Office of Contracting and Procurement, or OCP. The Infrastructure and Transportation Group includes serving the District Department of Transportation and the District Office of Energy and Environment. And now at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bill Sharp. Welcome, Bill. Thanks for being here.
Morning, Doris. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. I'm really delighted to be here with you. Like the Director Lott said, we're here to talk about increasing business opportunities for DBEs on the federal side and CBEs on the local side. I want to first thank Federal Highways for their partnership, especially Chris Lawson, and thank Acting Director Lott and DDOT for their continued support as we continue to make changes in the procurement process and to increase procurement opportunities. Let me click on this link here. Okay, so we can talk about, there we are. A couple of things first, just we look forward to having you reach out to us and tell us what it is you need from us. All feedback is good feedback. All criticism is constructive and helpful to us as we continue to refine the program over the years to make it better. We try to do things quicker, faster. There have been challenges during COVID, but we're working through those challenges, and we'll talk about some results later. We're getting ready. We're gearing up to spend infrastructure funds. There's been a lot of work within the department to get prepared for us to do this with some velocity. I think that everybody understands and appreciates velocity in procurement. So I know that's not an oxymoron, but it's something that we're striving to do. I also wanted to take a second to thank DSLBD and their partnership for all the help that we get on the local side. We really do work together and try to find new opportunities. So, some of the challenges with that DBEs and CBEs have expressed to us have been, like around insurance. So we're looking at the insurance requirements for subcontracting, for, flow down clauses, and try to better understand the nature of the challenges in getting insurance at the levels that the district requires. I know that sometimes they may seem high, and there reasons for it. We go through a pretty analytic process to get there, but we're always looking at how we can help the subcontractors, which are may primarily be DBEs or CBEs. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at bonding issues. That's been an ongoing subject for our review. Retainage. A few years ago, we reduced retainage from 10% to 5%. We're kind of doing some data analytics on that to see if 5% protects the district. I think that the change in 10% to 5% certainly helped some flow down on subcontractors further down, second and third tier subcontractors, being able to get paid in a more timely way instead of, waiting till the end of a project. And so we've been more active in releasing retainage at certain milestones within projects. And we're looking overall at the requirements for that and studying, the change in 10% to 5% and to see what else we can do there. So that's what I just kind of wanted to say before we get started. So let's get started on good to great. So the purpose of these good to great presentations are to help firms that submit their qualifications and either do a great job so they understand where they did a great job and can do better the next time, or firms that didn't quite get there to understand, where they were lacking or somewhat insufficient and how we could help them, be better for next time. We've got a number of things that are coming up, both the FY 2021 AE schedule, but a number of open market things that are coming. And so we want to get the word out on how we evaluate, the things that we look for, what you can do to submit better proposals. So we'll talk about, I'll go through this, the whole process again. I know we've done this before and we'll continue to do these good to great. We've used data from the DC plug, both on the design side and the CM side. We have looked at those proposals carefully and we use that to help craft these things. We've looked at the submissions for the new schedule and we were quite pleased that our message gotten through to a lot of firms. So that was really, that's great for us, great for you. And for, where there are challenges, we try to make it, we try to understand, like we go back and look at the instructions, was this a business decision to submit the proposal this way? Was there some shortcoming in the guidance that we provided? And so, we're always, working on what I would call continuous process improvement. We always take a look at it. What can we do better? How can we get better information out to firms? So let's get started. So I've kind of run through the introduction. This is what we're going to say. Let's go on to the next slide. So for the source selection process, which is when you submit your statements of qualifications, the first thing we request the qualifications, we establish a technical evaluation panel. This is a panel of, experts. So there'll be engineers or specialists in a particular field that are well qualified to review and evaluate the qualifications. So we receive the qualifications. Then the panel members individually go into we have a system of record called Fed Select. They go into the system of record and enter their comments. We have a moderator function to make sure that these things are done well and timely so that the quality of the comment helps inform everyone about the quality of the subcontractor submission. So these are performed individually, as I said, and we reach a consensus. Next slide, please. We reach consensus. I get to do it. Let me see here. Anyway, we'll figure out how to do this. Like we just adapt and overcome. There we are. Thank you. So then we have a consensus meeting. And so the consensus meeting is when the panelists get together and there's a panel chair and they reach a consensus on the evaluation. And so somebody could say, well, I think that this didn't meet the requirement because they were missing this. And then another panelist could say, well, on page 47 in paragraph 2, there was this statement about this. And I think that might inform your decision. Anyway, they go through this consensus and then they reach a final determination. So the final determination is a ranking from most highly qualified on down. And then this comes to the contracting officer. Contracting officer reviews the source selection decision, conducts an independent assessment, which is reviewing the evaluator and consensus comments, the ratings and conclusion, and we make the selection. If the selection isn't the same as the panel recommendation, then we refer it back to whoever happened, maybe the chief engineer or chief project delivery officer. But we refer it back and then have the conversation about the ranking, and then that's how we do it. Next slide, please. So then from the firms that are ranked most highly qualified, we send a request for a proposal or request for task order proposal. So we review the proposal and review the submission for compliance with the RFP, applicable statutes. Then we, select the highest ranked in that process. We negotiate the level of effort and the price. We have tried something new here in the price negotiation for ones that look like they may be more challenging. After we've provided the statement of work and as the contractor is putting together their pricing, we try to have a pre-submission meeting. And in this, we talk about what we perceive as the level of effort and, so that the contractor will have a full understanding and they can ask questions at that time so that the quality of the price submission that comes, 7 to 10 days later is better. And we negotiate that. Then at the end, we assess the rates for price reasonableness. We've been through quite a process with contractors working on this, true ups between for overhead. So the rates are direct salary expense.
Having a little problem with your
and profit.
There you go.
I'm sorry. So then at the end of all of that, then that's when we can award the contract or the task order, as the case may be. So, just as a kind of a reminder to DBEs, each of these requests for task order proposals is posted. And so all schedule awardees are required to provide an email and telephone contact information so that a firm looking to subcontract for any advertised competition will know the shortlisted firm's exact POC and, could say, hey, I just did this, the exact same work on a contract in Maryland or Virginia or wherever, and, I'd be perfect to assist. And we're doing this to add transparency to opportunities. And maybe if you can't get on for that particular team, that maybe they'll, appreciate your qualifications and consider you for future partnering ventures. So, that's one way we can do it. I've heard anecdotally of some successes in that regard. But if you've had challenges in that regard and there's something that we can do better, you've got to reach out to us, send your messages to the AE schedule and, help us get better in that regard if we need to do some more work there. So next slide, please. So let's talk about the evaluation factors and how we get from good to great. And the name, this name was kind of, we hijacked it from someone else, but it really captured the essence of what we were trying to do here. We really are trying to help, firms that submit qualifications to DDOT get better in how they do it. And we, as we saw in the most recent AE schedule submissions, there's some firms that really took those messages to heart. We'll talk about that in a little bit. And there's some firms that fell short, which, was kind of puzzling to us. And, because we had trained on those specific items. But anyway, let's get to it. So the qualification-based evaluation factors, factor one is professional qualifications necessary for performance of the required services. Those are professional quals. Everybody knows that. Factor two is specialized experience and technical competence in the type of work that we're asking for. And this is the experience piece. So we got qualifications, experience. The next factor is capacity. Do you have the capacity to accomplish the work in the required time? And, we've trained on this one and we'll talk about some aspects of that in a minute or two. But I just, want you to, for us, capacity points should be like guaranteed points. Everybody knows exactly what you need and what you need to submit for that. And factor number four is the one that continues to be the most troublesome, which is past performance on contracts with the district, other governmental entities, or private industry in terms of cost control, quality of work, and compliance with performance schedules. So this is past performance in a technical evaluation sense. It is not past performance in the traditional contracting sense. That's something else. This is specific, and we need specific responses. It's great that you can tell us what a good job you did. That's what past performance is about. But this is focused, and we'll talk about how it's focused on the next few slides. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the scale that we use, which the scores go from 0 to 5, 0 being unacceptable. 3 is acceptable, which is meets requirements, no deficiencies. That's a very important term here. Good is what we're after to help you get to, and it meets requirements and exceeds some requirements, no deficiencies. And excellent is exceeds most, if not all requirements, no deficiencies. So those are straightforward. It doesn't get any more direct than that. And you can understand when we're scoring and note a deficiency, that automatically means you can't do any better than minimally acceptable. So a deficiency is a killer in some of these categories. The professional qual, specialized experience, those points are higher. One deficiency is, takes the whole proposal down. So we're trying to help you focus on that. Next slide, please. So factor one, what to expect when you're doing this. So professional qualifications necessary for satisfactory performance of required services, including professional qualifications of key personnel. And there's the SF 330 site. So the common mistakes are proposing key personnel missing the required degree, professional or educational certifications, or licensure. And so we have those technical requirements are provided by the agency. These are what the engineers need for these particular people and the skills and experience and certifications that they must have. So when we put these out, these are not negotiable, they're not waivable, they're not anything except you meet it or you don't meet it. You can exceed it, that's a wonderful thing, and you get credit for that. But you've got to meet the minimum requirement. And we've had a couple of situations where some firms made business judgments to substitute in somebody, where we're looking for a degree in electrical engineering, and they give some mechanical engineering. The requirements are not negotiable. They're the minimum that the district needs to successfully perform the work. That's what the basis of all this is. And so if you don't provide what we've asked for, you're making that business decision at your peril. So, yep, exactly. So anyway, that's a common one. Another one is proposing an incorrect type or quantity of key personnel. If we need whatever X number of inspectors and you give us something less than X, you haven't met the minimum requirement. The ones that you've given us may be fully satisfactory. That's not the issue. It's that if we say we need 3 and you give me 2, I can't help you. So you got to help yourself, please. And then the other thing is that a lot of times we'll see resumes that are, outdated. There'll be the experience up through, 2018 or 2019, and then like what? We don't know. Or that they're not specifically tailored to the requirement. If you during the course of a career, you may have a lot of experience in a lot of things. Highlight or accentuate the experience that's necessary to respond to the request for qualifications and tell us the story. Next slide, please. So, here's some things to help you increase your score. As I said before, don't deviate or propose substitutions from the key personnel requirements. We go through a process where you have an opportunity to ask questions about, substitutions. Sometimes, we refer these to the technical folks. They'll be like, oh, yeah, I guess we could do that. Or no, there's absolutely no way we could do that. And we give you the response and the questions, and that's the requirement. So don't substitute. You can always check when the submission first comes out, can we substitute X, Y for X? We'll take a look, but, don't do that on your own after we, especially after we do it. And you can propose key personnel with qualifications greater than the requirement, and you might get, additional points, as it, I said earlier on the rating scale, you meet or exceed the requirement, so additional qualifications have to be relevant to the work, and to the extent that any value given may depend on how the personnel presented exceed the requirements. So there is that opportunity, and that's how you get, you get from meets the requirement to good. And then in some cases you can get from good to great. So next slide, please. So experience. So this is the, factor 2, specialized experience and technical competence in the types of work required. So the evaluation of the work itself by comparing the experience presented in comparison to the scope that we provided. Offerors should strive to match their experience to the solicitation requirement as closely as possible. If you don't have experience in that particular area, but it's in another area, then tell us how that's relevant. Give yourself, tell the story. There's plenty of room to tell the story. It's very few people need all of the pages to tell that story, but tell the story so that we understand and say, oh yeah, we see that now. So you can, as you're trying to match the requirement, you can talk about dollar magnitude, complexity, risks, challenges, level of coordination, type of work. All of those things will be relevant, and you have the opportunity to express those in section F. Next slide, please. So the common mistakes would be that people aren't tailoring their experience examples to the requirement as closely as possible. You might have a project that sounds similar, but you do yourself an injustice when you're not giving us the details of the project so that we fully understand and that your experience meshes with what we're looking for. So give as many specific examples as needed, obviously subject to the solicitation page count, or if we say give us 3 examples, then we're looking for 3. If we're I'll get to this in a minute, but you've got to cover your firm's assessment of the requirement. That's what you've got to do. You're proposing to us that you can do the work, and we need to understand all of the relevant experience and expertise so that we can make sure that we that the requirement will be fully completed. Next slide, please. So to increase your score, I think I've said this earlier, and I don't know where whatever, where the spot came from in the thing. So to achieve a higher score, give experience examples that are greater than the requirement in terms of complexity or magnitude. When many of the individuals that perform the relevant experience are proposed in your team and available to perform the current requirement, so there would be a minimal learning curve. All of that's really good. Provide specific examples that are similar in scope, and a dollar amount or other numerical indicator of the size of the project so that we know it's more of an apples to apples comparison. So next slide, please. Capacity. So this is, it is a straightforward requirement evaluation. So capacity to accomplish the work in the required time. So you've got to demonstrate your understanding of the requirements so that you've got sufficient personnel in terms of quantity and labor categories that are proposed to successfully complete the project. So next slide, please. So, unfortunately, oftentimes offers fail to adequately demonstrate the capacity of the firm and the key personnel because of their current involvement in a project or other things that are ongoing in the firm's portfolio. And so we need to understand how your firm isn't overextended, or that this project is about to wrap up and these people that you're proposing are coming off this project as a team and they can move on to another project. So all these things help us with capacity. So sometimes it may be that due to the scope of the project demands a resource pool larger than the proposed team, that our statement of the work to be performed will require X number of individuals, and you're providing something less than X, and it would seem obvious, it is obvious to us that it would require more than that. So and I saw Paul's comment, and thank you for that. Well, that's something else that we're working on, so we'll get to that one. Next slide, please. So one of the common mistakes or some advice we can give you is be certain to demonstrate that the firm has sufficient capacity to also successfully staff with high quality resources and perform the work. Explain how one can head up a team full-time and run the day-to-day operations. So there's that challenge in evaluating capacity when you're the firm's principal and you're going to be the team lead. You'll have to explain how you can do both. So next slide, please. And a firm may achieve higher rating by demonstrating how your firm is staffed to overcome actual perceived capacity challenges that may arise during performance. The precise traceability between the proposed personnel and the duties they'll perform on the current requirement, and like a guarantee or percentage of time committed to the project for each key staff member. So that would, that's helpful. Slide 4. Next slide, please. Oh, this is the last one. Okay. So finally, past performance. And this is the one where firms consistently leave points on the table. And it's a real, it's a challenge for us as many times as we have trained on this when we see proposals that are unclear or don't directly address the factor, that really is upsetting or distressing because we feel like we've trained on it, but you've got to help us understand how we can get the information to you so you can do a better job on this. So past performance is on contracts with government agencies and private industry in terms of cost control, quality of work, and compliance with performance schedules. So this evaluates the administration of the work, not the specific work experience. And so offers should demonstrate how, when performing the relevant work experience, they were able to maintain acceptable quality, adhere to the schedule, and monitor and control costs. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of mistakes in this one, and so we'll try to address them at a high level, but we offer this good to great training at almost every event. And if we need to do so more regularly or do it every month or every other month, just let us know. We're glad to do it. So the common mistakes are the offers misaddressing the specifics. That's what happens sometimes. Or they assume their experience descriptions will cover the factor, but they don't give the detailed information to score higher than acceptable. So they've touched on, quality and performance, but they really haven't given us the kind of detail that we need to reward you with your experience with extra points. And there are times when you get a less than acceptable rating because the evaluators just aren't able to ascertain these specific factors in the submission according to the criteria. So each factor must be addressed in the qualification submissions. Don't forget that. Next slide, please. So a firm can achieve a higher score by describing the challenges encountered during performance with a relevant risk to quality schedule and or cost, and how they manage the risk and achieve the positive outcome for the project. Things get behind on schedule, work through recovery schedule issues, get back on track, and tell the story. We read, I don't know how many proposals I've read since I've been here, maybe 1,000, maybe more. And some do a remarkable job in telling the story, but it's not an exercise in creative writing. It's an exercise in conveying the facts that you know to us in a way that we can fully and fairly evaluate just based on the submission, and then give you an appropriate score, and hopefully you'll be most highly qualified to receive the work. You can also provide adequate details to specifically demonstrate success with each past performance element, quality schedule, cost control. Just give us some details regarding the processes, methods, or strategies used with regard to quality, schedule, and cost. Again, call out with specificity. You can also do this to make sure you do it. Back in my old proposal writing days, the first thing I did when I went through is I made a checklist. Everything that was mentioned, I made sure that, I noted it, and then I would come back and check it off. Did I address this? Did I address this? How was this addressed? And then if every item on your checklist as you've gone through it is not addressed, then it's not going to be addressed for us either. So, we read these, you get credit wherever it is, you do get credit. But if it's in the appropriate place and you're telling the best story for your work experience, this is work you've successfully completed. Tell us that story. Let us know. Let us help you. Okay. And don't assume that the reviewer can find these in a general format. We do, like I said, we read every word of every proposal, but you give yourself the most credit when it's where it's supposed to be and called out under proper headings. It just makes, it's like when you read anything, it's good to have, the outline of what it is you're going to read, and it is where it's supposed to be. So let me get this off my screen. Hang on for 1 second. Okay, thanks. All right, next slide, please. So we're we're working on completing the award of the FY21. So we're through the major schedule categories. But one of the lessons learned is that we have, last time as we issued these are the firms that are getting awards, and, send us your pricing information so we can complete the price reasonableness process and the award process. We're going to do those again, as we did last time. It'll be on a rolling basis. Certain categories like CM and PM, those are coming out first. They're the biggest categories. Bridge design, we'll be rolling those out. But we also want to be able to tell firms that didn't receive schedules, that aren't receiving schedules, tell them in a timely manner why. Because, as I said earlier, and as a director, spoke of about the business opportunities, we've got a bunch of things that are coming out, and these will be open market, and we want to get you the information to understand, where the shortcomings were and what you can do better for next time. So to just say, okay, here's the award basket, and we'll get to the other ones later, is just not the way that we wanted to do it. We learned that lesson from last time, and unfortunately, we had anticipated a lot faster movement. I own that. I apologize for that. But we want to get this right. We're really, this is an incredibly thorough process, and there are a number of eyes that look at this to make sure that we've gotten it right, and that for the firms that will receive awards, those are all good, and that for firms that are not, that they'll know why, so that they can be prepared for whatever comes next. So, the solicitation again is continuously open. It's formatted in a different way than past years. This is a 2-year base, a 2-year option period 1, and a 1-year option period 2. So it's a 5-year IDIQ. The ceilings are high, so we can get a lot of work under this. There's an incredible amount of opportunity there, both on the federal side and on the local side. So we're excited about the opportunity. We know that we're behind where we had hoped to be. Like I said, we're about at the any day now for some of these categories, and we're going to transition by the end of the year. We're going to transition over. We're looking at requirements to make, so we've got enough of everything to do everything that DDOT needs, and we're prepared for these new awards for a 5-year period, and for firms that didn't, make the first cut. After we've kind of looped through these to see how, do we need more, which we probably will, because of all the, infrastructure funding and stimulus funding. So, that will be open, and we'll be, probably adding new firms in that mix. One of the things that I wanted to point out is some smaller firms really applied the lessons of good to great. So we went back and looked at how firms did for the FY17 schedule, and how they did, what the changes were in the FY 2021 submission. And there were really some small firms that did an incredible job detailing the facts in terms of job knowledge, technical experience, quality, and working as a team. And those things all serve to increase their score. So that was great. And then there were firms that didn't give what was requested. As I mentioned before, it's very, it's kind of, it's not, it's rigid and inflexible. You meet the requirement or you don't. And so some firms didn't give what was requested in terms of specific education, experience, and past performance. And these were some large firms. I mean, it was surprising. Those firms I know have more administrative resources to kind of assist in this process. So it was a little, confusing to us because the requirement was straightforward, but the response just didn't quite, meet the bar. So as we roll these things out, there may be a few surprises there. Don't want anybody to panic, because like I said, it's continuously open, and we'll have this other set of open market things that are coming out because the dollars will be too high, even though the schedule ceilings will be higher. The dollars will be too high to put under that, or the base period, the terms may not match up. Next slide, please. So unfortunately, the extended evaluation timeline is really kind of running along the same time as the FY17 schedule transition. So we're working at the same period. As I said, it's the plus side of this is you've done the work for 5 years. So, it's a 2-year base period, an option period that has, 2 years, and then option period 2, the final year, and will hopefully be the transition year is 1 year. Next slide, please. So there are a lot of resources out there to kind of, help you. And, where is our business located? How do you find out where we are? The district's transportation access portal, DTAP, that's where these are posted. The solicitation advertisements, the system of record for this posting, is the OCP website. There's the link to that. There's an AE task order wiki page. We're updating the wiki information on that, and we're trying to finalize the FY17 utilization. I thought we would have the numbers now, but considering how much business we're still doing through that schedule, we just haven't been able to wrap it up yet. But it's this: the numbers are good, the story is good. And there's the DDOT projects forecast. There's also OCP has something called OAP. You can go online and see all of the business that DDOT is looking to do, not just construction management. It is everything that the agency is going to do as a whole. So all of that's there for you. Thank you for the feedback that I get for you. I appreciate it. Thanks for the work that we do with, let's see, can you share whether the project will come up? I didn't see that. Anyway, so I'll answer the questions as I see them. One of the things that I saw that Paul Hoffman had mentioned is the closing the time from submission of qualifications to award. So there are things that we've done internally where we have cut down the timeline for proposal evaluation by the individual proposals. So from date of receipt, we schedule the consensus meeting 30 days out because, we don't. Could you read proposals faster? Yes, in theory you could, but you also have a full-time job to do. And so we want to give everybody time to fully and fairly review the proposals and conduct that part of the evaluation to get us to consensus. We also have the pre-proposal price negotiating, pre-submission price negotiation session for those where we think that there's going to be some challenges on the pricing submission. So, the timeline used to be this big because there wasn't any timeline, and it wasn't uncommon for us to have up, 90 days in reviewing individual proposal evaluations. So we've squeezed it to this. We would like to do this, but with, like I said, there's some, pressure there between, how do you make sure that an evaluator has the time to do what they need to do, yet how do you add velocity to the process so that a team that is proposed isn't sitting on the bench for months waiting for us to do something. So that's at the task order level, that's critical to add the kind of velocity that that we're all looking for to get us to work faster, because that's what the whole process is, to get us to work, get your team to work, and to get DDOT to get the projects accomplished. So we're aware of it. We've done things internally to make it better. We'll evaluate the data and we'll share the data with, that's the thing that helps us get better. So, okay. Now I saw the question about the wiki page and some challenges with that. So I know that we've got, there's a workaround. If you email the AE schedule email, they will send you assistance on that while DDOT IT works the issue. And I see it must be time to pull the plug on me. So thank you all. I really appreciate the time, and I look forward to sharing these opportunities with you. Thank you so much.
Bill, don't go away because now we're going to open it up for Q&A. And thank you always. Every year you are just so thorough. I've got a boatload of questions here, and I'm going to take them as I see them. So let's see what we have here. We'll take our Q&A up to about 9:45, and then we're going to move on to hot topics. So I have
There's a hot topic, Doris.
Who's the hot topic? You just stick around there, Bill, and you're going to see.
All right.
I have Indra Klein to everyone, and she says, "Are you all going to?" And forgive me because I've got this little bitty box here. Are you all gearing up for when infrastructure funds will be allocated?
The answer to that is yes. We meet on that. We've been meeting on that since early summer, at least weekly. So the answer is yes. That's why we know that there will be a number of things that will have to come out open market instead of off the schedule because of the size of what we're planning to do. So there's going to be an incredible amount of schedule work, so don't worry about that. But there's also going to be this other work too, and we're putting together things. We're going to do some things in a way that we hadn't done them before. I think it will increase opportunities by doing it this way. One of the things Michael Bing says, Bill gets old, but never better. Is that what you said, Michael? But he's probably joking me about my beard. Anyway, so, we look at, we don't want to do it the business the way we used to do it, which is it's like Groundhog Day. Every day we do one, and then every day we do one, and every day we do one. We're looking at a different way to do business. And we get feedback from firms I want to thank the ACEC. They've been, especially helpful over the years. They've been a great partner, and they've been vocal, and they pushed on us. And so we appreciate that. We'd like to think that every day we wake up and try to get 1% better. That's what we strive for. So, okay, next, let's go into the questions.
Okay. Are you looking at questions as well, Bill?
Things just pop up, so I don't know where the questions are, but if you want to go ahead, I know I only got a couple more minutes and I want to get as many as possible.
I have another one here. It says, "Will the char log be captured and distributed to attendees?"
Say yes.
The answer is yes. I see that. Okay. I'm rolling as quickly as possible here. Colleen, let's see. We can hear you. There are a lot of things. What do you see in your chat, Bill?
Things would just pop up, so let me see if I can click on the chat and see if something pops
Because
up
I
for
have
me.
something here from Rupesh Gondal with Somat Engineering, and the question disappeared. Well, I will say this, all the summit materials on this will be on the summit landing page. So that's just, and there's a link okay. Here's another question. I think this one also comes from Indira. She says, I have clients that are waiting to see RFPs in DC and other states. Apparently that was just a comment. Okay. Good morning all from Accent Tech LLC. It's a lot going on here. Let's see. Hold on.
To just generally address, because I don't know if we can, the questions are kind of hard. How about if I just generally address
Go right ahead. Okay.
Okay, so this time, for the FY17 schedule, we expanded the number of categories over what there had previously been. And so for the FY20 schedule, we in anticipation of that, we did the data analysis to see how many times some categories were used. And there were a number of categories. If you were used, if the category was used less than 3 times in 3 years, that would kind of demonstrate to us that the category wasn't a necessary category and would roll back up under the main category that it was included in the FY13 schedule. And so we took a look at it at the old data, the FY17 to FY20 data, where we had expanded. If the categories weren't used, then we didn't really have a need for firms to submit their qualifications and go through that process for something that there's not going to be a payoff in awards. So and we looked at the firms that had these, that were in those categories was, we didn't, in the data, there was no indication that DBE firms were affected disproportionately. We wouldn't have done anything that we knew that was that challenge. And so, there were solid numbers behind the change from 21 categories to 11. So that's, I say that question and I just wanted to address that, like what was the basis for that decision? And I think I'm right
Here's
at
a
time
question
now.
for you. Here's a question for you, Bill. It says, please ask Bill Sharp when the A&E schedule will be released. Proposals were submitted more than a year ago.
That's what I'd been talking about when I
Right.
gave the update. So we're ready to roll some out, right now, and we'll do the category rollout will be the same as it was last schedule, but this time what we're doing differently is at the time we roll out these are the firms that got the award, we're also going to roll out these are the firms that didn't get the award and why. And the reason we want to do that, again, is because we're going to have a number of things that are open market because they're going to be stimulus and infrastructure funded, and that they didn't fit within the original schedule estimates of utilization. And so for firms that are in the schedule, there's still plenty of schedule work, but we're also going to have this other piece that's open market work. So we'll be rolling this out. We plan on completing the transition through from the 17 to the 21 schedule by the end of the year. We've said that was, when we had to push the date out, we just had to push the date out. So that's where we are.
Okay, let me take this last question.
So
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, open market means not on the schedule. So that's what that means. So
Okay, here's our last question before we move on to hot topics. Good morning. Are the A&E scheduled task orders being transitioned to the DTAP portal? Because, let's see what the because is. The link to the old webpage seems to be broken.
yeah, and that's an IT problem, not, it's not, we're still trying to get the information out there, and any information you need, you can email the AE schedule email address, and you can get any information you need, including whatever is posted. There's some IT challenges on the DTAP site, and we've got a workaround for that. But if you feel like there's something that you need, please reach out and we'll get right back to you. Thank you.
All right.
And I think I've burned through my time.
And you're looking good with that beard, Bill. I know that's the COVID look. Looks good on you.
No, actually, this was my sister. I used to always have a beard, and my sister had commented like, "Why did you have your beard?" I said I'll start growing it, and that happened on a Wednesday. And unfortunately, my sister suddenly passed on Sunday, so I've kind of like grown this beard just as my homage to her, and just let it be wild. So
Bless your heart.
anyway,
Okay.
thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Doris.
Bill. Thank you. All right. We're going to move on now to hot topics, and we're going to introduce some updates on compliance issues. And Catherine Valentine and Monica Miles will be joining us for that. Catherine Valentine is the budget officer for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer at District Department of Transportation, DDOT. She oversees the annual operating budget of approximately $400 million, which includes Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, or WMATA, subsidy, and approximately $1 billion in DDOT's capital projects. So that is Catherine Valentine. Also, Monica Miles has over 15 years of experience in the transportation industry and specifically in FAR 31 cost principles and compliance. She provides consultant audit services to the District of Columbia Department of Transportation, Virginia Department of Transportation, New York State Department of Transportation, Georgia Department of Transportation, and Arkansas Department of Transportation. So let us welcome Catherine Valentine and Monica Miles. And I want to encourage you now to please put your questions in the chat, and we will look forward to hearing from you. And ladies, thank you so much. It's your show.
Thank you, Doris. Okay, good morning, everyone, and I'm glad to be a part of the 11th annual DBE Summit. So Catherine and I are going to talk about two hot topics in the A&E world. So I'm going to start off the first part of the presentation talking about the Paycheck Protection Program loan forgiveness credit, and then she's going to follow up with talking about adequate accounting systems. So before we get into the presentation, can we launch our polling questions? Okay, let's see if we can get them. Okay, so if you guys can answer the polling questions that have appeared on your screen, that would be really helpful. Okay, we'll just give it a minute to get some responses. Okay, do we have a summary of the responses? So the questions are, how many of you received PPP loans in either 2020 or 2021? And the second question is, as a subcontractor or DBE, do you have an adequate accounting system? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, so here are our two topics for today. So the learning objectives for this first topic on PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program loan forgiveness credit, there are three objectives of this presentation. One is to talk about the PPP loan forgiveness as it relates to federal aid contracts and indirect cost rates. The second is to understand the FAR 31.201-5 credit clause. And then finally, the last objective is to review steps that the DOACD, which is the Assurance and Compliance Unit that Catherine runs, what they will do to basically vet the information on your indirect cost rate submission. Okay, so we're going to go ahead to the next slide because we have our definite disclaimer for today's session. And our disclaimer, as a lot of you know, the Paycheck Protection Program has gone through an evolution from when it first was initiated. And so what we wanted to just emphasize is that information that we're telling you today is valid as of today's date. So if there are any changes or exemptions for A&E firms exemptions to basically exclude them to provide a credit, then, you know, if that happens in the future, then what you're hearing today will have to be modified. So just wanted to let you know that. Stay up on news and current events to see what's happening with this Paycheck Protection Program loan forgiveness credit. Okay, next slide. Okay, I think most of the attendees are familiar with the PPP program. So what I'm going to do is a 30,000-foot overview of the program quickly, just for those of you who aren't familiar. So the Paycheck Protection Program is a $669 billion business loan program that was established by the 2020 U.S. Federal Government Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. So that's where it got the acronym CARES Act. And it was meant to help certain businesses continue to pay for their workers during the coronavirus epidemic. The SBA, Small Business Administration, guaranteed these loans, and PPP loan award amounts were based on monthly salary plus benefits. So the maximum award amounts were 2.5 times the monthly payroll. Additionally, in 2021, there was an opportunity for certain qualified firms to have second draws on the PPP loans. And so out of that program in 2021, there were over 6.5 million loans approved, totaling about $275 billion in aid. And I actually have the poll results. So let me just stop to tell you what the results of the poll were. So we had, for how many of you received PPP loans, we had kind of a split between, for those who answered, who responded, we had a split between yes, they received them, and no, so about 50%. And then do you have an adequate accounting system? Most of the respondents responded, let's see if I can see what this response is. I can't actually see the response to that, but when Catherine goes into the adequate accounting system, she'll give you an opportunity to ask questions about that. So, okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so we're back to talking about the PPP loan forgiveness and the program in general. And what makes this loan unique is that if you followed the rules and if your expenses met certain criteria, you were eligible for full or partial loan forgiveness. So if forgiveness is not applied for, then the firm has to start paying back the PPP loan by 10 months after the end of the covered period. So another nuance of forgiveness is that you can ask for forgiveness at any time prior to paying off the entire loan. So if you have, for instance, a 5-year loan period, and you get 2 years into the loan and you have 3 years left to pay off this loan, and you decide, you know what, I think I'm going to apply for forgiveness, you can do that at that time. So you don't have to apply for forgiveness before you start paying it off. You can apply for forgiveness at any point in time during the time you're paying off the loan. Of course, if you apply for the loan into the loan payoff period, it's not retroactive. So you would just be asking for forgiveness for the remaining outstanding balance. So when a borrower asks for and receives forgiveness of their loan, that eliminates their obligation to repay the outstanding balance. So this is where things can kind of take two different paths depending on whether or not you have government clients or not. So for businesses who have government clients and you're being paid with federal aid dollars, you have to be aware that receipt of a PPP loan forgiveness can possibly result in a requirement to provide a credit to the government, which in turn would lead to a decrease in your firm's overhead rate. Okay, next slide. Okay, so when you look at allowable PPP loan expenses, they really fall into two major buckets. One are payroll costs and the other are non-payroll costs. So under the payroll costs, that includes things like salary, tips, paid leave, commissions, but also includes group health insurance paid by the employer. Also, if you have a 401k program, it would include the employer match. Also includes state unemployment insurance. So all of that falls into that payroll cost bucket. In the non-payroll cost bucket, things that would be included in there would include things such as rent, facility rent, utilities, electricity, telephone, water, gas, internet. So those are all of the types of things that fall within the non-payroll bucket. So next slide. Okay, so the last slide that we looked at showed us what the eligible buckets for costs are. But when you're asking for PPP loan forgiveness, what you ask forgiveness for is entirely left up to the discretion of the firm. So when you apply for loan forgiveness, you're the one that's telling the SBA. We see in this slide, we have the SBA as the center of the universe. So the SBA is the sun, and you are telling the SBA what costs you would like to present for consideration for loan forgiveness. So in some cases, so I just have going around the SBA, things that you could possibly report are the things that we talked about from the last slide, but you're not forced to do that. So a firm, for instance, may say, hey, I'm just going to report labor costs because when I accumulate my labor costs, they're more than sufficient to cover the amount of the initial PPP loan. For other people, you may say, okay, I'm going to report labor costs and rent costs and our 401k matching payments. So the point of this slide is just to let you know that what you report is up to you. And in your application for loan forgiveness, that's when you'll be telling the SBA what costs that you are presenting, and also you'll be providing the support for those costs. Okay, so with the receiving forgiveness, in essence, results in the SBA funding the payment of those expenses that you presented for forgiveness. So if the SBA has paid these expenses for you, so we're saying by them forgiving those costs and you being able to use their money to pay for those costs, we're saying the SBA is paying for those costs. So when that happens, you cannot, as an A&E firm, turn around and bill the government for those same expenses under a DOT contract. So as an example, let's just use rent as an example. Okay, so you have rent, let's say for the PPP loan forgiveness program, as part of the support that you presented for forgiveness, you presented 6 months worth of rent expenses. So now, so that's one thing the SBA said, fine, we're gonna give you forgiveness. So now let's look as an A&E firm, let's look at your overhead schedule, your indirect cost rate schedule. So these things that you see on the slide here are things that are going to appear on your overhead schedule, either in your direct labor line item or in the general overhead or administrative costs. So if the SBA has already paid for an item such as rent, then you can't also show that on your schedule, on your indirect cost rate schedule, because that cost has been covered by another funding source, the SBA. So that's where we get into the stickiness of the possible double billing that could occur when you receive PPP loan forgiveness. Next slide. Okay, one of the things that you have to consider, the first thing you have to consider is what type of clients do you have? So as you see there, we have commercial clients or governmental clients. If you are a firm that only has commercial clients, then you don't have to worry about the PPP loan forgiveness credit because you're not subject to FAR 31. But if you do have governmental clients, then you have to look at the next step and you have to do an additional analysis. Can you click the next click? Okay, so if you do have governmental clients, and if you are being paid on those contracts by federal aid dollars, what you have to do is you have to consider whether or not you're going to owe a credit related to your direct labor on those government contracts. So when you look at the funnel, it tells you all types of payment types or some of the payment types that you can have on your contracts. You can have a fixed billable rate contract, lump sum contract, you could have a cost plus fixed fee contract. Those are 3 of the types of contracts that you can have. So what you're going to do is you're going to analyze whether or not the contract payment types you have are non-FAR reimbursable contracts or if they're FAR reimbursable contracts. And when I say FAR, that's Federal Acquisition Regulations. So the abbreviation for that is FAR. So if you have contracts that are dependent upon cost, and if you've gotten forgiveness for direct labor related to those contracts, then more than likely you're going to have to provide a credit on that direct labor so that you don't, in essence, double bill. Okay, next slide. Okay, next click. Okay, so once you've gotten your direct labor sorted out, the next thing you're going to look at are your indirect costs. So your indirect costs are going to include things such as your indirect labor and then all the other things that fall on the overhead schedule. So in the case of indirect costs, it does not matter what type of contracts you have. So if you received PPP loan forgiveness on indirect costs, you're going to be showing a credit related to those indirect costs on your overhead schedule. Okay, next click. Okay, as everybody knows who is an A&E firm that does work with the Department of Transportation, with DDOT, on an annual basis, you're required to submit certain information, your overhead schedule, your certification forms, your internal control questionnaire to DDOT on an annual basis. And that information goes to Catherine's group, to the DOACD. So I just wanted to tell you what's going to happen to that information as it relates to PPP and the evaluation of the PPP loan forgiveness credit. So once your schedule and your information are submitted, the DOACD is going to review your indirect cost rate schedule, and it's going to specifically look for a PPP footnote. So if you receive PPP funding in 2020, there should be a PPP footnote in your audit report, whether or not you're claiming the credit for 2020 or for 2021. The next thing that Catherine's group is going to look for, it's going to look for any SBA forgiveness letter, loan forgiveness letter, to verify whether or not you received a credit and also to verify the credit amount. The next step is that her group is going to verify the credit. So they're going to reach out to the A&E firm, and they're going to request a copy of your calculation, how you calculated the credit. And then your methodology related to that is going to be vetted. And once it's vetted and the credit is correctly calculated, Catherine's group is going to see that it shows up, that credit shows up on your indirect cost rate form submission. And then your overhead rate will be certified and the process is over. Next slide. So that was the long and short of the PPP loan forgiveness credit. So Catherine, do you want to go through your section on adequate accounting systems, and then we can take questions at the end? Or
Yes. I'm sorry, I saw a lot of good questions out there. So yes, we'll continue. So we're going to switch gears and talk a little bit about adequate accounting system. Next slide. An adequate accounting system. There is a requirement for consultants to have an adequate accounting system in order to receive federal funds. In other words, the accounting system should contain reports that have pertinent, important financial data that supports the cost and pricing data for contracting with DDOT. However, I want to note that for businesses such as DBEs and startups, DDOT has implemented a safe harbor rate policy to assist as companies become compliant with the requirement. The safe harbor rate policy allows companies or organizations time to develop an adequate accounting system that meets the federal requirements. Next slide. Adequate accounting system objectives. An acceptable accounting system means a system that complies with the system criteria to provide reasonable assurance that applicable laws and regulations are complied, the accounting system and cost data are reliable, risk of misallocations and mischarges are minimized, and the contract allocation and charges are consistent with the billing procedure. So reasonable assurance basically means a high assurance, but does not mean absolute assurance. As it relates to the first bullet, applicable laws and regulations, there should be a reasonable assurance that the accounting system complies with applicable laws and regulations such as GAAP and FAR, which is Federal Acquisition Regulation. Reasonable assurance as far as the second bullet means that the accounting system and cost data are reliable. There should be a reasonable assurance or a high assurance that the data is reliable or dependable and follows good standards. The third bullet, the reasonable assurance that the system is able to track costs that are allowable to the contract. In other words, the project costs are delineated and maintained. Project costs are delineated and maintained to reduce the risk of misallocation. And of course, reasonable assurance that the contract allocation and charges are consistent and delineated with the billing procedures. Next slide. Given that whole objective and definition of an adequate accounting system, the requirement is consultants must have an adequate accounting system to work with the agency And I've also included the 49 CFR 18.22 federal regulations where we get this information from. So this requirement applies to all prime, sub, DBE, startup, etc. Having an adequate accounting system is an essential part of being successful in conducting business with the government. Many companies, especially DBEs or startup companies, find it very challenging to meet all the accounting system requirements within a reasonable assurance that meet government regulations. Next slide. So in order to evaluate DDOT by way of my unit, DOACD, requires that consultants submit information from their accounting system. The information that is required to be submitted to DDOT DOACD unit includes first the ICQ, which is the internal control questionnaire. And some of those questions on that questionnaire that we ask consultants to fill out includes like, what type of accounting software do your firm use? Is it QuickBooks or whatever is out there? And for some of you all, if you're startup, do you have an accounting software system? This lets the DOACD unit know what type of financial statements to expect from the consultant. Another question is, what type of support is kept for each financial transaction? What this means, are you keeping a general ledger? Do you keep your employees' expense report, any payroll registers, etc.? Well, one of the most important questions on the ICQ is, does your company have a system in place to separate unallowable costs in accordance to the Federal Acquisition Regulation, Part 31, which are the cost principles? There are some financial transactions which feds and the district would not cover, although it may be an indirect cost. The DOACD unit needs to ensure that DDOT is not paying for those unallowable costs in the indirect overhead fee charge on the contract. Next, the DOACD unit will ask for policies and procedures as it relates to your financial data. These are the policy and procedures that accompany the consultant's accounting system and, more important, governs the company payroll costs. Under A&E services, personnel is a major component of the contract. The DOACD unit requests policies and procedures to ensure that the consultants have a system that track payroll to ensure that costs are billed in accordance to the contract. In addition, we also request that you provide us with any type of HR policy, such as how you earn vacation and sick leave, and any type of bonus policy the firm may have. Another requirement are any financial statements from your accounting system. These statements, are normally produced from an accounting software, and they consist of like a balance sheet, income statement, your chart of accounts, and etc. All these required documents are the information which is due to the DOACD unit by June 30th of each year. This request is incorporated in DDOT's A&E contracts. Now, this may be a lot to decipher now, but I do want to reiterate that the safe harbor rate policy allows firms to proceed with contracting with DDOT while they work on obtaining or building an adequate accounting system. And please note that in today's contracting environment, having an adequate accounting system can be, and I'll say it, can be a prerequisite for contracts. Next slide. So once DOACD unit receives the consultant's documentation, we begin evaluating the following. DOACD will start with ensuring that the accounting records comply with the generally accepted accounting principle, i.e. GAAP. We also are going to evaluate whether or not that accounting system is on an accrual basis. We're looking to make sure that the accounting system has a way to direct and indirect expenses that are segregated. And we're also looking to ensure that the job posting component is present. So for the first two bullets, we're looking to evaluate whether there is a sound internal control environment, whether the accounting system meets the GAAP framework. The next two bullets, DOACD is checking for proper segregation of direct costs from indirect costs. So direct costs are those expenses that are charged to meet the deliverables of the contract, such as an engineer's hours, project manager hours, etc. Indirect costs are those costs that indirectly support the contract, such as a payroll manager, administrative assistant, or etc. An adequate accounting system is able to separate the direct and indirect costs to ensure the proper billing to the government. In addition, we are determining if the accounting system identifies and accumulates direct costs by each contract or task. The consultant's accounting system should have a logical and consistent method for accumulating and allocating indirect costs. And as we continue, next slide, please. The DOACD unit continues to evaluate expressively unallowable accounts are maintained. We actually are evaluating costs accumulated in accordance to the FAR 31. We also evaluating your total time accounting is utilized, meaning that you're using a total time accounting system. And we're also evaluating the accumulation costs under the GL control, general ledger control. Just a little bit more of an explanation of the first two slides. We, DOACD, look specifically for unallowable accounts, and these costs must be maintained separately. This is vital to ensuring that the accounting system reduces the risk that unallowable charges are not billed to the government. For example, costs that accumulate, such as interest or advertising, is maintained separately per the FAR regulations. The Federal Acquisition Regulation have a list of all unallowable charges. I'm going to explain the last bullet before I go into the total time accounting. So GL, which means general ledger, is a ledger that is maintained in the accounting system, and it delineates the accounts separately, such as salaries a separate line, insurance is a separate line, and etc. And this is able to accumulate costs in a general ledger. So a general ledger normally is how you would use to produce financial statement. So DOACD may look at how the accounting system reconciles the cost ledgers and the cost objectives to the general ledger, which produces the financial statements. In essence, the contract costs must foot, which is an audit term, I know. However, for this presentation, I will say reconcile or agrees with the balances in the general ledger. Now, for A&E consultants, total time accounting is vital to the accounting system. A timekeeping system should identify employees' labor by cost to the contract. That is very important. The timekeeping system for accounting should have proper maintenance of payrolls and timesheets. This includes an internal control that has separation of duties, meaning an overview signature that is coupled with the employee's signature on each timesheet. Also, a labor distribution system that is able to account for direct salary employees, such as your project managers or engineers or etc., versus indirect salaries employees, such as a payroll manager or etc. Again, the list of bullets that I have just presented is to provide an insight on how an adequate accounting system is evaluated, but by no means is it all inclusive. After the DOACD unit evaluation, it is determined whether the accounting system is efficient based on reasonable assurance, not absolute assurance, but reasonable assurance, or have significant deficiencies. So by the definition of significant deficiency, meaning, by definition, I should say, a significant deficiency means a shortcoming in the system that materially affects the ability of the government, in this case, the government is DOACD for DDOT, to rely upon the consultant's financial information that is produced from their accounting system. So basically meaning that the accounting system the consultant has is non-compliant with the government requirement. And as a note, it is the consultant's responsibility to take action to correct these deficiencies as noted by DOACD's evaluation. However, in the event that an accounting system is not compliant, then next slide, please. For businesses such as DBEs and startups or etc., DDOT implemented the safe harbor rate policy to assist. So basically, the safe harbor rate policy allows those consultants time to become compliant with government requirement for an adequate accounting system. Federal Highway Administration issued a guidance that allows state transportation agencies the ability to implement this safe harbor overhead rate policy. And in the policy, one of the ways to be eligible is to receive a safe harbor overhead rate. And basically, in the policy, for non-compliant accounting system, consulting firms that lack previous experience with federally funded contracts requiring the development of an overhead rate in compliance with federal cost principle and does not have an accounting system that meets the requirements. That's how you're eligible to receive a safe harbor rate. What this is saying is DOACDs, after the DOACD evaluation, I should say, of the accounting system, if there is significant deficiency or non-compliance, then the consultant can use a safe harbor overhead rate to bill the agency until they correct their deficiency in their accounting system. Right now, DOACD unit would suggest that their indirect overhead rate is 110% for a period of 1 year. During that year, the DOACD unit will monitor the consultant's progress and answer any questions to assist the consultant in meeting the adequate accounting system requirement. Again, any accounting system significant deficiency or non-compliance issues are the consultant's responsibility to correct. However, I will say that this particular unit, DOACD, is here to help and answer any questions.
Okay, Catherine, I saw in the chat that there are some questions, and I know we're short on time, so you can give us the hook like the Apollo whenever you want us to stop. But let me just run through. From Sylvester, if you receive a loan forgiveness, do you include that amount of forgiveness as income on your tax forms? No, it's not included. You don't include the income, but you do include the expenses, so that's definitely a bonus. Colleen, thank you very much. This makes sense. Indra, if PPP funds were used for past purposes, that's irrelevant to future contract. Why would there be an expectation of a credit? So if you have you have to look at your contract payment terms. So if you're using a preliminary overhead rate, that's just a placeholder. And then it needs to be trued up to the actual rate. So if you have a contract where you use a preliminary rate and then you true up at the end of the year when you have your overhead rate, your overhead audit, then the credit would be applied there. Also, another possibility would be if you're using, if you have a fixed billable rate contract where you use the prior year's overhead rate as the overhead rate for the current year, then you might have to get mixed up with that credit also, because the credit is going to be applicable to one of the years, either 2020 or 2021. I see Doris coming on. Do we need, do you want us to continue answering, or do you want us to just?
No, you still got a little more time, so please go right ahead.
Okay.
Okay, the next question is from Virginia. Why would the PPP loan change our rate? Well, it's because in your overhead rate, the mathematics of how it's calculated, you're dividing your total overhead is divided by your direct labor. So your total overhead is what can change when you have the PPP loan forgiveness. So if the SBA has paid for some of those costs that were traditionally in your overhead pool, you can't claim them again you have to give a credit. So there is a reference, and it's FAR 31.201-5. And that says that the applicable portion of any credit, rebate, allowance, or other credit relating to any allowable cost and received by or accruing to the contractor shall be credited, not maybe, but shall be credited to the government either as a cost reduction or by cash refund. So that's the essence of this credit clause is FAR 31.201-5. Let's see, anything else? I don't see any other.
There
Yeah,
was
we're going to have
one.
to wrap it up anyway, ladies, because of
Okay.
time. Thank you so much. Always excellent. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break now. We'll be back. And when I say quick, I do mean quick. We'll be back at 10:30. Excuse me, but my camera wants to come on and then it doesn't want to come on. We'll be back at 10:30 and then we'll pick up with our fireside chat. So put yourselves on mute, turn your camera off, take a quick break, grab a quick cup of coffee or something, and then we'll see you back here at 10:30. See you. All right, we are back. And at this time, we are going to share a little fireside video chat with you. Let me introduce the person who's going to be a part of that. Her name is Micheline Bowman, and she worked in the television industry for 27 years at WTTG, Fox 5 News in Washington, D.C., from producing to writing, community outreach, planning to managing events, and supervising a news department internship program. Her list of accomplishments in the broadcast media industry read like a book. In 2017, Bowman started her own business, Bowman Media Group LLC, which focuses on media relations, branding, media training, and publicity. And her motto is, "Are you ready to be seen?" She works with individuals and companies to create an effective media plan for ultimate media exposure. Micheline sat down recently with acting director Everett Lott to talk about the direction of DDOT's Office of the Director. Let's take a look.
This has been a great day with so much planned, and it's all about building opportunities. Now, I'm excited because I have the opportunity to bring to you the acting director, Everett Lott. Thank you so much for joining me.
Micheline, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here and glad to have you here.
Now, of course, I got to know you off camera, but the reason we're having this chat right now is because I really want people to know more about you so they can feel like welcome into your home. This is your home. So let us know, how did you get started? How was your journey like?
Well, I appreciate that, and welcome to my home, to the DDOT family. My career spanned about 28 years in government, in local government and federal government. I'm a native from Dallas, Texas, and so I'm a Texan. And so my career started back in Lubbock, Texas, in local government. Moved up to the city of San Antonio, where I worked for about 8 years, which was fantastic. And then ultimately decided to make a move to come to Washington, D.C., and that's where I've been for the last 21 years. And I've worked here in Washington, D.C. With the mayor's office for about 7 years, which was fantastic. I worked in D.C. Public Schools as a budget director. Then I moved over to the executive office of the mayor and worked in the Office of Unified Communications, where I got to set up and establish a brand new agency called 911. Which was fantastic because it got to really help to create a system that really helped to improve the lives for children, family, and seniors here in Washington, D.C. in terms of emergency response. I left the D.C. government at that point and moved over to the federal side and went to the Peace Corps, Health Resources and Services Administration for the HIV/AIDS Bureau, and then ultimately left and got my SES, my Senior Executive Service appointment for US DOT, right across the street, as a matter of fact. And so I was there for about 3 years with PHMSA and the Federal Highway Administration, and that's really where I got to really kind of, really learn more about transportation and the impact that it has on people all over. And so it was a great opportunity there. The previous director I met there at USDOT, and he happened to be here after that. And so it worked out very well for me to come and join him as his deputy. And then after that, he moved on, and I got the call from Mayor Bowser. And I'm really pleased that she selected me to be her nominee for the director position for DDOT, where I get to lead a great group of people, men and women, about 1,100 employees that are doing great things every day. And that has been fantastic for me to work to see how we're transforming Washington, D.C. and making it truly a network that's equitable across all 8 wards.
Let me tell you, you are building on that resume then. You have a lot going on. And so when I think about DDOT and all that it's done for, like you said, for the visitors, for the residents that live here, I mean, you must have gotten a lot of things that you want to implement, So can you talk a little bit about, some of your things that you want to happen underneath for your leadership?
Well, one of the things I'm really most excited about and really just thrilled about is that we finally got the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge opened up. And it's beautiful. It's almost a $500 million project. We got it open ahead of schedule. and the people love it. And it's connecting two thriving communities, one east of the river, one west of the river. So that's one of the things I'm really, really excited about, and what it's going to mean in terms of the growth opportunity and economic development for both sides of the river. Also, we opened up the Parkside Bridge, and we also opened that up early, and that's a pedestrian bridge, because we really need to have an opportunity to connect, again, one thriving neighborhood to another that sat on both sides of 295. And so we got that opened up, and we just opened up about 3 weeks ago. And so we're happy that that's open, that we're able to allow folks to be able to traverse back and forth across 295. But the other thing that I'm really most excited about is that, I have a lot of new leadership opportunities that we've created here in the agency, and I've been able to fill those opportunities with women and women of color in very key leadership positions. I have a new deputy director. She's fantastic. I have a new chief administrative officer. She's fantastic. New chief of external affairs, and she's fantastic. She just started about 3 weeks ago. And also have a chief of equity and inclusion officer who's actually leading this operation here for us, this DBE Summit, who I think most people will get to meet a little bit earlier or later on this afternoon. And so I'm just thrilled that we're able to bring a lot of women and women of color into infrastructure. Because you don't necessarily see that quite a bit. And so I'm happy about that, and they are helping me to really deliver for Washington, D.C.
I gotta say, go women power, because it's important, but that's a testament to you, because if you're able to see something in them and bring them into leadership roles, which is, like I said, hand claps to you on that. Talk a little bit about some of the other things you want to do for the fiscal year for DDOT, because I mean, that's important so people understand what's coming.
Yeah, we have a lot of opportunities. We received a great budget this year. And so I really want to build up our network of our disadvantaged business enterprises, our DBEs, and also our CBEs, and give more small minority-owned businesses opportunity to get some of the work that we are doing here in Washington, D.C. And we're building bridges, we're building tunnels, we're building roadways, we're building streetscapes, we're building trails, sidewalks, we're doing everything. We're paving. And so I just think it's a really great opportunity to really allow for, qualified, minority-owned businesses here in Washington, D.C. to get some of those opportunities to help create more other opportunities for other folks.
So I also want to kind of say, yes, I'm a visitor, but when I do come here, I do see, as I walk around downtown, or as I drive through the neighborhoods, I see DC is coming, it's up. I might become a resident. I will say that, yes, I've been thinking about it, because you guys have been thriving so much. But I also want to have you talk a little bit about the innovations that are going to be happening for the DBEs here.
Yeah, one of the things I really have been pushing the team is to think how creatively we can be more innovative. And so we're really looking for this opportunity in this DBE Summit to really, glean from all these experts about ways that we can be innovative in our roadway designs, in our streetscapes, but also, in our systems. And so one of the systems that probably many of the DBEs are very familiar with is called our TOP system, and that's one of the systems that it allows for you to get your permits. In order to do the work in the district, you got to have a permit. And so we are really trying to align that system in a much better way, so it's a lot more user-friendly, it's a lot more self-explanatory, and it's also a way that you can actually track the system and see from the time that you put your permit request in, you can track it and follow and see exactly where it is. And so it's kind of like the Uber, I'd say kind of like an Uber app where you can follow it on your phone. That's ultimately where I'd like to go, so that the businesses that are out there that are doing work and business with us, they can see this work, they can see the process, and they can see exactly where their permit sits. At the end of the day, it helps to hold us accountable, but it also lets you know exactly where things are in the process.
Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the agency's plan for increasing engagement with the DBE community.
Well, this is our 11th annual DBE Summit. And so we're really trying to build up and develop the capacity here, for one. I believe we have registered roughly over 605 registrants for this particular conference, which is fantastic. I think this is the highest number so far. Last year we had our 10th anniversary, and that was great, had a lot of great positive feedback. But from that, we also had like a DBE Networking Summit a few months thereafter. And so we're going to continue to develop this particular program. This program brings, again, all the different partners. So you have all of DDOT there. And you've heard from a few of the agencies already, the administrations within DDOT already, and you'll hear from a few others a little bit later. We also have Federal Highway. We also have our Office of Contracting and Procurement. So if you're not familiar with the whole contracting process, you'll be able to hear from Bill Sharp, and he'll explain kind of that process, because it's a challenging process, and you need to understand it in order to be able to make it work for you. And so we're going to continue to develop this process and develop this networking summit so that it gives people and organizations, the DBEs, an opportunity to work and get some of the work that we have here at DDOT.
And that's important because as a DBE myself, and not knowing the process and not always knowing, people, they assume that, oh, you're a small business, you know everything. You know, we can't teach you anything, you know it all. But there are people out there that don't know the steps and don't know how to position themselves for opportunities. So what would you say to somebody like myself? You know, if I don't know the steps of how to position myself, how can I become a part of that?
Well, you know, we have a great team in our Office of Equity and Inclusion, and if you go to our website, you actually can, you know, learn more about what they do. And part of what they're doing is really to develop exactly, you know, organizations maybe is what you're describing that may not understand fully, and be able to connect them and help to network with them and engage them and put them maybe in contact with some of the other businesses that may have been in the business for a while. So it's this particular summit is a partnering opportunity as well, because you'll have some of those prime contractors that have been in this business for quite some time, and they can help to kind of develop some of the subprimes as well. So we're looking for it to happen in a couple different ways. One, you can come to our website and work with our team, but also taking full advantage of this particular summit.
So again, so for someone, a DBE who's trying to figure out how do I qualify or how do I even plan the process of starting to do something, is that a long process and planning and all that to qualify?
We have our DBE online certification portal where, you know, DBEs or future DBEs can actually upload all their documents there. And that's relatively new to us and new to the group. And so we'll get all that information, then we can actually review and analyze it, and then we can provide feedback back and forth to the aspirant. And so that's one of the things that we're doing. But also when we talk about innovation, and I think many of these DBs may be fully aware of our TOP system or our permitting system, and we're really trying to overhaul that particular system as well. Ultimately, what I'd like to see in the TOP system or the permit system, you have to get a permit to do work here in Washington, D.C., right? And so ultimately what I'd like to see is that, you know, a person who is applying for a permit, they can actually, from the start of the process, be able to see and track their permit process all the way until completion. What that does is it holds us accountable to make sure that we're staying on top of the permit and making sure we're doing everything that needs to happen, but also gives you the ability to be, you know, able to see it, and it's visible and it's transparent. And so we're looking at opportunities that way. So when we're talking about this DBE Summit, you know, not only are we looking for contractors that are in construction and roadway design, but we're also looking for, you know, contractors or companies that are doing, you know, innovation and technology. So this is really huge for us because a lot of what we do here in transportation, it involves technology now. And so we want to make sure that we're really bringing into the fold those who are technologists, so to speak, but also we want to make sure we're, you know, tapping into those industries that are in construction, pure construction for traffic maintenance.
People think about transportation and this agency, and I just want to say thank you to you because it's more than just get in your car, come to DC, and complain about things. I mean, you are the acting director, and so I want people to know that you're still a person. You know, you still have an agency. Like you said, you have all these amazing people that you have in places to help make DDOT what it is. And the future of DDOT under your leadership, I'm going to just say, is going to be limitless because you have the heart that people need to know. And that's why you're here with me. So I want you to leave people with some words of just what's next? Like, where are we going now?
We're building a network. It's a transportation network, and it's not just a DC network, but it's really a regional network. So where we're going now, we're really trying to build that network of connectivity to, you know, help people be able to get from one side of the district to the other side, and maybe even further than that, within 30 minutes or less. You know, and that's either by, you know, if you happen to drive, then you drive, but we want to build opportunities for those who may not drive. So they may ride a bike, they may scoot, they may walk. So we're really trying to build an infrastructure system that accommodates all lifestyles, and wherever, depending on where you are, and then we'll have that opportunity for you. And so one of the great investments that the mayor has included in this budget that we have now is, you know, we're going to be expanding our capital bike share network. About 2,500 new e-bikes, which is fantastic. We're going to have about 800 to 1,000 new bike stations or corrals where we can lock the bikes up. And so that will allow for people to have a new capital bike share within a quarter mile of their home. So you walk out your door and jump on a bike if you can, if you want to. But it also allows you to connect. So you can walk out of your home, go to connect on a bike. You can go to the metro, you can go to the train. We have our circulator bus. We also have our streetcar. And so at the end of the day, we're creating a network and we're creating opportunities because, again, what may work for you may not work for me. but we want to create those options and those opportunities, and it's the choice that we want to be able to create. And so at the end of the day, again, we have all 8 wards. I want to make sure that every single ward has transportation opportunities and choices that people can make for transportation in a safe, in a reliable, and an equitable way. And so that's what we're going to accomplish here under my leadership, and that's what we're going to have happen in Washington, D.C. for all the people, all the residents and visitors that are coming into D.C.
So I want people to know that when you see him out there riding his bike or getting on the train or the bus or the streetcar, what else would I miss?
Motorcycle.
Motorcycle too. Then you know that this is the man that's in charge of making it all happen because, well, you have some women beside you too helping you make it all happen. But I just want to say thank you again for allowing me to sit here with you, and I'm hoping that you out there, the acting director, Mr. Everett Lott, you got to know a little bit more about him because, again, you know, this is DC. This is home, and you invited me into your home, and I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I want people to know that it doesn't stop here. You know, this is year 11, like you said. Each year is going to get bigger, it's going to get better, and DBEs need to know that they have opportunities right here with DDOT. Again, so my name is Micheline Bowman, and thank you so much, Mr. Everett Lott. And I look forward to seeing you out and about in DC sometime soon.
I hope to catch you out, you know, running, walking, biking, scooting.
Okay, let me just tell you, he said running. I run my mouth. That's about as much running as I'm going to do. But I might do the bike thing. You know, I'll take you up on that, or the pedestrian walk. We can do that.
Perfect. Sounds great.
All right. Welcome back. That was a great interview. Excuse me, we're having camera issues here, but here we are. Come on, camera. There. Ah, this is what it is, my friends. It's okay. Here we are. Great interview. Very, very encouraging. Acting Director Lott has got his hands full and a plate full, and he is going to make it happen, already making it happen. So for us DBEs, this is great. We have a lot to look forward to. All right. We have a lot to look forward to. We absolutely do, because we're getting ready to talk about the DDOT forecast of opportunities. And I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Ravindra Ganvir. He is PE. He is the Deputy Chief Engineer of Washington, D.C.'s District Department of Transportation, aka DDOT. He oversees
Doris, real quick, we're actually going to take a quick break until 11.
Oh, well, all right then. I'm so excited, but we'll take a quick break. We'll be back at 11, so stay tuned. It is 11 a.m. Do you know where your DBEs are? Hopefully right here at our 11th annual DBE Summit. I'm Doris McMillan. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice little coffee break there. At this time, we're going to present two sessions. The first one will be the DDOT forecast of opportunities sessions. And then we will have another session. We're going to be doing a Q&A, but we'll do it after the sessions are completed. So please stay with us and stay tuned. To talk about the forecast of opportunities, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ravindra Gambhir, PE. He is the Deputy Chief Engineer for DDOT, and he oversees the agency's Infrastructure Project Management Division, IPMD, and is leading its Anacostia Waterfront Initiative program, which is creating a world-class waterfront in our nation's capital. With the AWI program, Mr. Gambhir administers the planning, design, engineering, maintenance, and construction of some of the largest bridge, highway, street, trail, and other multimodal transportation projects in the District of Columbia's history. So questions for this session will be answered at the end of the next session when we talk about DDOT operations, administration, anticipated projects session with Howard Way. So you make sure that you stay tuned for that. So at this time, let's welcome Mr. Gambhir. Welcome.
Welcome to DDOT's DB working session. I'm going to be presenting forecast of opportunities. I work in the project delivery administration. I'm very excited to make this presentation today on behalf of DDOT. I'm wearing my DDOT proud DDOT red shirt, so feeling good about it. And I know this is one of the most anticipated part of the presentation for all the consulting engineers and also contractors and vendors. So let's get into the session. As I'm being introduced, I'm Ravindra Gambhir. I've worked at DDOT for about 10 plus years and finally began to understand DDOT's intricacies. As part of the DC's budget, which is composed of the local fundings, federal funding, DDOT has many exciting projects. The fiscal year 2022 budget was approved by Mayor Bowser on September 27, 2021. The DDOT's approved budget includes $170 million operating budget and $1.8 billion 6-year capital improvement program. This budget supports projects and programs that are part of DDOT's mission. This is one of the largest budget that has been passed by the DC government to support DDOT's projects. The projects basically focuses on safety, sustainability, and livability. That has about $350 million assigned to it. They include roadway construction, intersections safety, bridge improvements, bike lanes and trails. The other part is about the core infrastructures, and it is critical to maintain the state of good repair. So the CIP includes about $450 million for district local streets, alleys, roadways, curbs, sidewalks in all 8 wards. Another aspect of the project is transit and mobility, and there are some exciting projects coming up with transit and mobilities. And this will speed up the bus transit service for about over 40,000 riders, and they go over the metro buses and DC circular routes. Other highlighted projects that we have are the H Street Bridge. As most of you know, the procurement is in process, and there have been a lot of teams that are getting formed, especially with connecting with the DBE networks and the vendors. So we are extremely excited about H Street Bridge project. Other part of the DDOT's portfolio is the DC power line undergrounding. We are in the stages of first biennial plan and also beginning with the second biennial plan. The CIP includes $173 million to support ongoing efforts. Then there are bridge projects that are in part of the district's portfolio. Now, how do you get this information? Let's change to the next slide. This is the project forecast site, and we also have project advertisement site. The project forecast site is something that DDOT maintains. It gives the link for all the possible projects that are coming. However, those are not the official website. The official website is the ocp.dc.gov. That's where all the official advertisement will take place for solicitations. And this is where you should be focusing on for actual bidding for the project or submitting proposal for the project. However, the project forecast site is the one that DDOT maintains to alert all the vendors, contractors, and consultants to look forward for next 2, 3, 4 years to see what upcoming projects DDOT has in pipeline that are under design or in the planning stages. Now, there has been some glitches with the websites with this, and I will also the top portion that you see is a temporary website that has been established to support the vendor community. However, the permanent website is projects.ddot.sites.com, and this is being shared with all the vendors and consultants and contractors. Next slide is we shift to the next slide. That is as the DDOT transportation access portals, and we are making more and more opportunities available to DDOT portals in terms of putting all the bids that DDOT receives online, and hopefully this will generate good competition for DDOT to get the better pricing for it. We are also standardizing our category code index that will help contractors bid those items, and we are also looking at the surrounding neighborhood bids in terms of what is happening. The other website is the A&E task order wiki webpage. This has been in existence for past 3-4 years, and it is very widely used. And we welcome all your suggestions to make improvements for the A&E websites. Then the temporary project website is at d.wiki@citizen.net, and the permanent project website is over there. The federal funding for the projects, as most of you know, has the DBE requirements, and the local funding is CB requirements. Next slide is with the project opportunities as we look forward for 2022 and beyond. We had some great successes in year 2021 with the completion of the bridge project for the South Capitol Street Bridge, and completion of the Parkside Bridge, and completion of other projects in the area. Going to the H Street Bridge for the next slide, the project location is from North Capitol to 3rd Street. It's in the FY22 budget formulation. The RFQ for design bid teams was issued in August 2021, and statements of qualification were received from the interested teams at DDOT, and DDOT anticipates releasing the RFP to shortlisted team during the second quarter of 22. However, this is subject to all the OCP's guidelines and regulations, and it's going to be a much anticipated release, as many of the teams have been formed around it. The construction for this project is anticipated to be completed in 2028. Next slide is about A Street Transitway. This is another exciting project to convert the two-way dedicated busways running in the center of A Street from the 12th Street Northwest. This is currently in the design, and the opportunities that are going to come are for the construction management and also for the construction. Next is the Theodore Roosevelt Memorial Bridge. As most of you know, this bridge is in deteriorated conditions. Currently, we are trying to look for some temporary measures for it, and we anticipate advertising this project in calendar year 2023 in the first quarter. We are also finishing up some last bits of NEPA requirements for this, and the design is going in full force for this project. Next is the 11th Street Bridge part. This project has moved faster than what we had anticipated. Currently, we are heading to the final design. It is anticipated to be completed in 22 summertime, and depending on how the funding gets approved, the construction management and the construction will be in calendar year 2023. In addition to the opportunities with DDOT, there will be opportunities with the private vendor, BBAR, as they will be maintaining the environmental facilities or environmental learning center, educational learning centers, and many of the recreational opportunities for the project. Another project that we are anticipating in calendar year 2022 is the Pennsylvania-Minnesota Avenue intersection. This is in Ward 7. As you know, this is one of the most congested area with accident history in this area. So we look forward to making improvements, safety improvements to this intersection. The next project is the Florida-New York Avenue intersection. This project is, as most of you know, it's located at the heart of DC at the Dave Thomas Circle. DDOT has recently acquired the Wendy's property. The Wendy's have moved out of the area. That area is fenced out, and we are in the final stages of design. We anticipated advertising this project later or December, January timeframe. So look forward for this exciting project on Florida and New York Avenue. Another project that we are very excited is the Metropolitan Branch Trail. This is the section from Fort Trotton to Tacoma, and we anticipate advertising this in calendar year 22 in the second quarter. South Capitol Street Trail, this is a project that will connect from the South Capitol Street Bridge all the way towards the district boundary, and we will help the bicyclists and the pedestrians go to the National Mall and Woodrow Wilson Bridge. So this is one of the missing link for the bicycle and the trails section in the DC area. Another project, as we are nearing the completion of the phase 1 for the South Capitol Street, we are also designing the segment 3 of the South Capitol Street phase 2, which is going to be solicited in the second quarter of 22 for design purpose. It will be design build project, and it includes the interchange at Sultan Parkway and MLK. It preserves historic MLK Bridge. It has some pedestrian bicycle improvements, and this is exciting for DDOT as it's a long priority project, high profile project, and especially also this is in Ward 8, so we're very excited about it. DC Power Line Underground Plug Program. Most of you are familiar with this program. This project is divided into 3 main sections: first biennial plan, second biennial plans, third biennial plan. This has a mixed funding between PEPCO and DC government. And after the slow start, this project is in full force with many of the construction activities and many of the design feeders that are current in design or upcoming. This is a short summary of the first biennial plan, second biennial plan, third biennial plan, the amount of money that is being allocated for this project, along with the number of feeders that are there, and total feeders that are being designed, and total feeders that are being constructed. Now, again, this program will continue at least next 5-6 years, and as there are many CBA requirements, we are excited to have the CBE participates in these programs. These are some of the details about DC power line underground. Those are divided by what's the length of each segment, what ward they are, and it provides the rough magnitude of the construction cost. Let's go to the next slide. And all this presentation will be available to all the participants. So you have plenty of opportunity to go through this and study it and ask questions as we go along with it. On the next slide, one of the most anticipated slides for all the vendors is the construction opportunities and that we have. The first one is DC plug feeder 14758, Kenilworth Avenue southbound reconstruction, Pennsylvania Minnesota Avenue intersection improvements, Arboretum Bridge and Trail, DC plug feeder, 3rd Avenue New York Avenue intersection, 3rd Avenue 2nd Street to 8th Street, Connecticut Avenue with DuPont deck over, then 2 other projects for DC plug. Continuing with the construction opportunity, as you see from this list, there are many more opportunities for CBEs, and we had seen some exciting partnerships formed with different companies, and they have been successful in terms of delivering the project. And we look forward to working with many of the CBA communities and the DBE communities to work on these projects. Continuing with the construction opportunities, these are some of the Kennedy Street projects, Southern Avenue, Phase 1, A Street Transit Ways, and these are the timelines about the project, including the TR Bridge, South Capitol Street Trail, DC plug feeders, 11th Street Bridge Park. And then we also have projects on the way station upgrades. Those are on the 295 southbound section near the Maryland border. Then you have 2 small bridges, Kenilworth Terrace over Watts Branch and Anacostia Avenue over Anacostia Street, and DC plug feeders. Then we have South Capitol Street Phase 2, Segment 4 and 5. That is a feasibility study that will be upcoming. And one of the reasons to have the feasibility study done is there have been major changes on the South Capitol corridor with recent developments. And so even though the environmental process is complete, we want to take another look at it from the traffic standpoint to ensure that what is getting constructed is appropriate for the current conditions. Next is the construction management opportunities, and they go hand in hand with other constructions. Anytime there is a construction opportunity, there is a CM, construction management opportunity. Additionally, there is a EOR opportunity. However, the engineer of record opportunity, they normally go to the designer who does the design, but there's a separate task orders for engineer of record. So these are the construction management opportunities that are upcoming in the area, and it's basically a duplication of the construction opportunities. So in case if any of the companies have difficulties looking at the project website or temporary issues because of IT concerns, this is the most up-to-date listing that we have from the project delivery standpoint. Additionally, Howard will be making presentations from the operation standpoint so that you get a complete picture in terms of all the opportunities that are coming up. In terms of the design opportunities, what you see is the Anacostia Metro Pedestrian and Bicycle Bridge. This is another exciting project in Ward 8, and we are currently initiating the procurement documents, so that will be coming up soon. Same with Anacostia Waterfront Initiative Program Management. That will be, we anticipate getting advertised in December. For some reason, AWR program management always seemed to happen during the Christmas time frame. Back in 2009 or 2010, it happened at the same time. So it's almost like a repeat cycle. And we anticipate I-295 way station upgrades coming out next month. The right-of-way program management is currently on the street. So if any of the vendors are interested in it, please do take a look at it. And South Capitol Street Phase 2, that should be coming out by second quarter of 2022. Then 10th Street Southwest Bridge over I-395, South Capitol Street Phase 2, segment 4 and 5. And the Southeast Boulevard, this project has seen some delays because of environmental concern, and with a huge price tag, we are looking at some innovative financing options to do this project. Then we also have some planning opportunities from Met Branch Trail and the North Capitol Street Corridor Study. So these are the listings that we have from these are the known listings. However, this is not all of it. There could be some opportunity that may suddenly show up. So please monitor the website that we have, because it will keep you updated with it. We're also looking at making IT improvements where all the vendors do get notified whenever a new opportunity does come up. However, that's our dream, and hopefully that will come fruition pretty soon. So this is part of my presentation. I will conclude. I will wait for Howard's presentation, and then I will be here to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Gambier. What we're going to do right now is to take a break until 11:30. If you all remember at the outset, I said sometimes we have a few technical difficulties, but not to worry. So we're experiencing that right now. We're going to take a quick break, come back at 11:30, and prayerfully everything will have sorted itself out. So, Mr. Gambier, do not go away. We will be back after this message. See you shortly.
Angela, somebody's going to give me a heart attack, right?
No worries. We'll be right back
Sorry.
in about 7 minutes. The virtual world. You're not unhappy with discipline. We are back. And right before the break, we were talking about the forecast of opportunities with Ravindra Ganvir. Now we're going to hear from DDOT Operations Administration Anticipated Project Session with Howard Ways. And just to give you a little information about Mr. Ways, he is the DDOT Chief of Operations Officer. He's got over 20 years of experience of urban planning, real estate development, and he has managed over $900 million of real estate and public facilities projects. Currently, Mr. Ways is the COO for a local transportation agency of 1,100 employees. And I just wanted to remind you that when Mr. Ways finishes his presentation, we'll have a Q&A to include Mr. Ganvir as well. So if you have some questions, you can go to the chat, start putting them in the chat. And then when Mr. Ways has finished his presentation, then we'll start taking questions. So let us move forward. And Mr. Ways, it's good to see you again and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
You're
great.
looking good.
Thank you. Yeah, let's start the presentation. Thank you very much. As mentioned before, my name is Howard Ways. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the District of Columbia Department of Transportation. The Operations Administration is approximately 660 employees. Can we go to the next slide? And we have several core operational areas. They're listed here, and I'll just describe each of them briefly. Generally speaking, what the Operations Administration is responsible for is maintaining all the public infrastructure that you see that's primarily above ground. So that includes, roads, bridges, highways, streetlights, traffic signals, sidewalks, our urban tree canopy, traffic signals, traffic signs, as well as you heard the director talk about our public space permitting system. We also are in charge of public space permitting. So over the course of the year, we're involved in the maintenance and the day-to-day upkeep of all of the public infrastructure in the District of Columbia. If you want to think about the way the agency is organized, Ravi's section is primarily responsible for the creation, the development, and the construction of the infrastructure. And my section, operations, is primarily responsible for the maintenance of the infrastructure once it's constructed. We can go to the next slide. So I just want to go over some highlights of projects that are current, some recent projects, and also upcoming opportunities. So as I mentioned before, we have several divisions. One of those divisions is curbside management. And curbside management essentially is everything that you see that's adjacent to the sidewalk, the curb lane. And in Washington, D.C., there are a lot of competing interests for the use of the curbside. So there is commercial loading zones. There are pickup and drop-off zones for Uber and DoorDash and things like that. There's also bus lanes, drop-off for people on buses. So the access to the curb lane is critically important. And so we try to manage the numerous entities that have an interest in what happens in the curb lane. One of those is public parking. So we recently put out and in the process of finalizing a solicitation for the management of our curbside, namely parking meters and the service and operations and maintenance of those meters. That's a big contract for us. Another big contract is what we call Intelligent Transportation Systems, ITS. That is the brains behind the traffic signal, traffic lights throughout the District of Columbia. And so Most of our system is actually copper wire, and we are in the process of upgrading that system to fiber optics. And so that's an ongoing project that will continue for, the next several years. That's an exciting opportunity. And then, for a lot of people, when they think of operations, they really think of roadway repairs, sidewalks, and alleys. And we spend upwards of anywhere from $20 to $50 million in a given year, combination of local and federal funds for these activities. And so those are big contracts that we let and have led over the course of the year. And then we also have streetlight maintenance, which is another robust contracting opportunity that we have. This has involved both, painting of poles, maintenance of poles, and the maintenance of the actual light fixtures themselves. Can you go to the next slide? As I said before, we use a combination of federal and local sources of funding in order to achieve the maintenance objectives. So here you see some projects that are listed: federal aid pavement restoration for the national highway system of roads that we have in the District of Columbia. We estimate that's a contract that will be let for, excess of $10 million. We have, related to the actual construction, we also hire construction management firms to manage that construction under our direction. So you see that as a subset of the pavement restoration contract. So that's upwards of about $1 million to $5 million. Another big one, an important one, is guardrails and attenuators. You see these along the highways, providing safety for vehicles. We're looking for a construction manager for that project. Then you see some of the other ones: alley restoration, federal aid for pavement restoration. Again, that's the repaving, the milling and paving of streets, and then sidewalk restoration, repairing the sidewalks, really trying to mitigate potential tripping hazards and making sure that the sidewalks remain ADA accessible for residents and visitors alike. Those are all opportunities that we have both on the construction side and on the construction management side, moving forward in 2022 and beyond. Can we go to the next slide, please? Looking at traffic sign inventory. So, there are thousands and thousands of traffic signs, stop signs, right turn, restricted signs, et cetera, yield signs, all throughout the District of Columbia that need to be repaired or actually replaced. This is one of the vehicles that we use in order to do this in what used to be called our field operations branch. So they're responsible really for the roadway signs that you see, overhead signs across the highway, and as equally as important, the pavement markings. The paint, the line striping, the painting, the thermoplasty that you see that delineates travel lanes, as well as crosswalks. All of those are activities that we are consistently looking for vendors to help us achieve our objectives throughout the city. We have some money for helping to implement the mayor's Vision Zero program. So, Vision Zero is an overarching philosophy and program about roadway safety, primarily for pedestrians, but also for vehicle operators as well as bicyclists and other roadway users. So in our effort in operations to support that, we've are asking for some funding. We're looking for vendors to work with us to help implement some really small scale but important projects to help implement the goals and objectives of Vision Zero. In addition to the pavement markings and the signs, one of the things that is important for the operations of our asset is to make sure that the reflectivity of our signs of our street signs, of our roadways, is proper so that people are able to actually visualize the asset. There's a contract to help with the design and effect, and ultimately the implementation of those measures to maintain proper reflectivity of our assets. We're also looking at working with vendors that help us with our heritage signs, wayfinding signs. You might be familiar with these in the district. They tend to be the blue signs, oftentimes in historical areas of the district that help direct people, especially pedestrians, to sites of historic significance or importance. And that's a service that we also contract out in addition to some of the sign fabrication and installation that we do all across the city. I believe I have one more slide left. Right. Similar to the wayfinding signs, we have the gateway signs, otherwise known as the Welcome to DC signs. Those unfortunately oftentimes are hit, car accidents and the like. So we have to have resources dedicated to properly maintain and retrofit those signs. As mentioned, ITS, Intelligent Transportation Systems. We have several projects in the pipeline to not only install and replace our copper lines with fiber optics, but we need construction managers to help us in that process as well. So, to summarize, we look at folks who can help us in the design and fabrication of our assets, the installation, the construction, but also the construction management of the assets, across the district that the operations division or operations administration is responsible for. This concludes my presentation. I am available to answer any question that you may have at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Howard. And at this time, we're also going to have Mr. Ganvier on for questions. And looking into the chat, the Q&A. In fact, if you all do have any questions, please go to the Q&A so that we can pull them up. Let's see what we have here. It's kind of very small. Okay. How can we tell? I'm a little challenged right here because this is very tiny. But how can we tell which will be open procurement something contracts versus under the A&E schedule? That's one of the questions that I have. Is that who would like to take that question? Howard, I think you're muted. Can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly.
So was the question asking when are projects advertised through the A&E schedule versus more traditional means? Is that the essence of the question?
I think that was the essence of it. There were a couple of the words were chopped off, but
Okay.
I'm sure if you answered that question, it would be very helpful.
Well, I'll speak for operations. So from our perspective, we're looking to, we have many mutual goals we're trying to achieve, and one is effective and efficient solicitation of our services. So the A&E schedule oftentimes is a more efficient and faster way to procure the services of vendors. And depending upon the nature of the project, the magnitude, et cetera, and whether or not we believe that the expertise exists within the A&E schedule, we will decide whether or not to use the A&E schedule for solicitation purposes versus putting out to the entire market and universe of potential vendors.
Okay. Right now, let's see. For H Street, when will the shortlist teams be made public? That's one of the questions that just came in. Rob, you have to unmute. Go to the bottom of your screen. There's a little mute microphone. And just tap on that, and that should open it up for you. So for H Street, when will the shortlist teams be made public? That's the question. Okay, well, while we're waiting on that, let me ask this question. How do DBEs learn about joining a large contractor's team before they bid on a project? Are mandatory pre-bid meetings the norm?
You know, I'll answer from operations.
Okay.
From an operations perspective, we value the pre-bid opportunity. It's an opportunity to answer clarifying questions, but it's also an opportunity for potential responders to meet and network amongst one another. So, you know, our policy in operations is that we want to see our solicitations, especially our larger solicitations, include a pre-bid bidders conference. And so that way there's an opportunity for folks to meet the, you know, program managers, but also to begin the networking with other companies that they could partner with on a particular project.
All right, thank you. Ravi, would you care to answer that question from your perspective? You have to unmute though. It's always like that Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Okay, so will you answer that or will we keep moving? Do you see your mute button? Can you hear? Okay, if you go to the bottom of your screen, over to the left, there's a little microphone and it says mute. If you tap on that little button or that little arrow, then it should unmute you. And if that doesn't work, maybe someone in the background can unmute you. I'm getting real good at reading lips, but okay. Okay, so Sophie Baresh says, how can we tell? Oops, hold on, make that question come back here. Hold on just a second, Howard. Thank you. I just saw a question come in. Patience, my friends. We will get that. We will get it done. Okay. Let me roll down here. Team back there, can you tell me if you see that question? It came in and then it disappeared. Well, welcome to the virtual world.
The question in the chat?
Yes. Did you see it by Sophie Baresh? It pops in and then it pops out again.
Yeah,
Earl,
I can see it.
You can see it. Okay. And there's
another. Yeah, I think this is a question we already addressed. How can we tell from the forecast which projects will be open as and which will be sourced from the A&E schedule? I think that was the last question we answered.
Okay. All right. Well, could you?
The next question was
again quickly.
Maybe
they missed it.
You referenced the website again to see the current RFPs. And I think this person is asking about the DTAP website.
Yeah, that was a question that had come up earlier. There was a question from Ed Newman, I think, that I just saw, and then again it just disappeared. So let's see here.
Earl Newman, that's the question I just asked. Can you reference the website again?
Okay.
That's the DTAP website, which you know, companies that are interested in bidding on procurement opportunities should go in and register yourself so that you will be notified when those opportunities are available. That's also the website where the documentation for the solicitation is uploaded to, that you can download and review at your leisure.
Right. And as we mentioned at the outset of our of the summit, a lot of the information, resources, events, all of the information that you need is going to be on the web page, on that landing page. So be sure to go there to, gather any of the information that you need. And if you have any trouble with that, you can certainly reach out to us after this is over. Here is, let's see. No, I'm trying to, yeah, this could be a little frustrating, but you know what? We're not going to let it get to us here. That is all that I see at this moment. Howard, if, okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. If there are any other questions, I'm looking to my support person, just please send them to me, and I will be more than glad to ask them. Howard, was there any final thoughts that you had that you wanted to add?
Sure. I just I put in the chat the web link for the DTAP web portal, so hopefully everyone can see that in the chat.
Yeah, it's dtap.ddot.dc.gov.
Right. The District Transportation Access Portal. That's what DTAP stands for.
Okay, great. Well, certainly both of your presentations have been greatly appreciated. At this time, if there are any final remarks that you would like to make, we'd be more than glad to hear. Any final thoughts you'd like to leave with our DBEs?
Sure, I'll start. So, one of the mantras that I live by is networking is one letter away from not working. And so hopefully, I hope to be able to meet each and every one of you who's out there as a DBE that is doing business in the District of Columbia, wants to do business with the government of the District of Columbia, and have access to the talent, the equipment, the resources, materials necessary to help us as a transportation agency meet our objectives. So my door is always open. Feel free to reach out to me at howard.ways@dc.gov. I'll put my email address into the chat, and feel free to look me up. And if you want to, show me the work that you've done in the past, we can talk further about some opportunities. But we're really interested in making sure that businesses throughout the District of Columbia can find a way to participate at a level that is comfortable for them.
All right. Thank you, Howard. Ravi, would you care to make any final remarks? This is your opportunity. Okay. Oh, we do have one more question. Hold on. Is the citywide thermoplastic pavement marking listed for 2022 the same as the RFP that some of us responded to in June 2021?
I believe it's different. It's a different calendar year of construction.
Okay.
But I can verify that. If folks want to reach out to me after this meeting, I can verify that.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Megan Bailiff asked a question. Why was that not awarded? Why was that not awarded? Howard, that was based on the last question that we just, Ravi's mic isn't working, so that won't help us there. But Megan was asking the question about the 2021, I think that was RFP that I saw. She was wondering, she was wondering why it wasn't. Is the citywide well, we already answered that, but the follow-up question was, why was that one not awarded? If I read that correctly.
Yeah, I'm not in position to speak specifics on a particular solicitation, but I could address that question later. That person wants to reach.
Right. Okay. Well, let's see. DDOT here, we've got a couple things coming in. Hopefully, this will work. DDOT greening projects. Will there be more projects involving UFD, Urban Forestry Division?
Yes, our urban forestry division is one of the more active and robust divisions in terms of particular outputs. So every year it seems we're able to utilize our resources effectively and reach new heights in terms of the amount of trees that are pruned, trees that are trimmed, removed, and or planted. So we fully expect to continue that positive trajectory in meeting the overall street tree canopy goal of the city. Approximately 98% of all of our tree box locations in the city now are full with planted trees. So we're at or near full capacity in that. So we anticipate further expansion of the urban tree canopy program and the work of the urban forestry division.
Okay. We have another one, the Pennsylvania-Minnesota Avenue project. Will planning include working with community business development group in potential design options? Howard, you're it because Robbie's mic isn't working.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. So we not only does the agency have a full and robust outreach and engagement division, but engagement is a very important objective in all of the projects that we do, whether it's maintenance, whether it's large scale or even small scale infrastructure development. So the answer to that question is yes. There's a team of individuals that help us facilitate engagement and outreach with our community-based partners, our ANCs, and our citizens.
All right. Here's another question. This is about, whoops, hold on. Things are moving again. Or they're not moving. That's what's happening. If PPP, I don't know if this is, I think this may be a question for, but I'll ask. Why would the PPP loan change our rates? We still kept everyone, paid all the indirect cost to keep the people employed, and if it ends up reducing our overhead rated by being reduced, we won't be able to run our businesses as we recover from COVID-19. I think that question belonged in another session, but we weren't able to. I think they're answering that privately. Okay, let me see if there are any more questions. Thanks for your patience. We're just trying to scroll through some of the questions. They're moving a little slowly. All right. Team, I cannot pull these up. They're not coming up, but I see where information is being given to some questions that are being asked, that you will receive the contact information and all of the other pertinent information after the event. So in the event your question didn't get answered at this time, there will be opportunities for you to reach out and to get feedback. I want to encourage you all to stay tuned for the breakout groups that we're going to have. And of course, networking. If you have any other questions, please be sure to reach out. I'd also encourage you to please fill out the event survey. It will be found in the chat, and we will be taking another break. And if I need to hear from my producer, she can tell me if we're in the right space here. I don't want to end prematurely. So, hold on just a second. All right. Okay, we are now going to take a break. Thank you, folks. It's really, this virtual world is different from what we're used to being in, so we just can't let it upset us. Oh, and by the way, Howard says that masks are required to enter DDOT facilities. So please put one in your pocket, put another one in your other pocket, and if you have a backpack or anything else, just throw in some extras, and that'll be great. We're going to take another break, and at 1 o'clock, we will return. So thank you all. I hope you got great information this morning. Look forward to doing some more networking, as Howard said. It's just a step away from not working. And this is why we have this DBE Summit, so that all might work. So thank you so much for being with us today. We look forward to you being able to make some contacts, do some serious networking, and getting some contracts. That's the whole idea of our summit. Take care, and we'll see you in the breakout sessions.
Yes.
There we go. Oh, but something else has happened. Well, hold on just a second. Okay. Let us proceed with the procession. Just before we went to the break, we asked everyone if they would make sure that they went to the chat to fill out the event survey that was found in the chat. So before the day ends, please make sure that you do go and fill out that chat. It helps us as we prepare for the upcoming year for our next DBE Summit, which will be DBE Summit 2022. All right. At this time, we're going to start our virtual networking for success. And remember, if you're not in it, then you can't network. And so I like what Howard Way says. He says, you're one step from not working. So I want to encourage you all to take advantage of this opportunity to get in the game. And maybe things didn't work out as well for you as you had hoped. Well, COVID changed the climate for a lot of folks. And so I would say, let's do a new thing today. Let's take advantage of the opportunities that are being presented. And of course, if you have any questions, there's plenty of information and lots of resources. All you have to do is reach out and there it will be. Okay, so let me explain to you how this networking piece will work. The list of exhibitors can be found on the landing page, so you definitely want to go there, and the link is in the chat. Each exhibitor has a breakout room named after them, and so if you want to connect with the exhibitors, then visit their breakout room. In order to navigate the breakout rooms, go to the top of your screen where it says breakout, and there's going to be a list of rooms that will come up on the screen. Click on the name to join the room. If you have any questions on how to navigate the networking, please go to the chat, put in your questions, and there will be answers there for you. Also, and I think you'll appreciate this, a video is going to play on repeat from now until about 45 in the main room, and that will help you to navigate the networking session. So if some of you were just a little bit late coming back into this breakout session, I will repeat myself one more time with gladness. Look on the landing page, and that's where you'll find a list of exhibitors. And then you can also find the link in the chat. To navigate the breakout rooms, go to the top of your screen where it says breakout, and a list of the rooms will come up, and then you will be able to click on the name to join the room. Again, any questions, please go to the chat. We have our team there, and they're there to assist you. All you have to do is go there and ask your question. And then we're going to have a video that's going to play on repeat from now until 1:45 p.m. in the main room that will help you all navigate the networking session. So not to network is not to work. So let's have a great time. Reach out to folks that maybe you hadn't thought about before. And you said, I think I'll reach out and touch and see what comes of it. I'm certain that there's going to be great favor in the room. You're going to meet some people that will be able to probably change the future of your company. At least that's my hope for you. And if there's anything else, again, any other questions? Let me hit our chat room to see what we've got here, see if there's anything else. No, I don't see anything else, but the breakouts have started, so let's go get it done. Have a great rest of the day.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we have come to the end of the 11th Annual DBE Summit. First, I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending today, taking time to meet with our different contractors and also our DDOT staff. And in my opening remarks, I neglected to include something, so I'm going to do that now. The Equity and Inclusion Division is excited to partner with the DDOT's Davis-Bacon Division, who is leading an effort to launch the workforce module through our LCP tracker system. And it's an initiative module we are grateful for the opportunity to enhance our work in partnership with the Davis-Bacon team. And we're also partnering with DSLBD and some upcoming events as well. But as our program comes to a close, again, I would be remiss if I didn't thank Chris Lawson and all of the individuals at the Federal Highway Administration that have supported us to make this event happen and possible today. Also, we have to thank our acting director of DDOT, Everett Lott. Thank you so much for allowing us to execute your vision and to make sure that we are assisting our DBE and CBE community. And again, I would like to give a special shout out to Andrea Jackson, who is the Deputy Compliance Officer for DDOT's Equity and Inclusion Division. Andrea, without you, this would not have been possible. So again, special shout out to you. But as I close, I would like to just give some helpful tips that for DBE firms, if you're looking for opportunities or you're not really sure where to get started. And so these are just some helpful tips that I think might be able to close out this session and be helpful for you in the future. So first would be to ensure you are registered as a vendor with the Office of Contracting and Procurement. DDOT procures a variety of goods and services from the business community. And so it really is beneficial if you could ensure that you are registered with the Office of Contract and Procurement. And their website is www.ocp.dc.gov. And I will make sure that that's included in the chat. The next helpful tip would be to check for business opportunities. Frequently check DDOT's websites, the District Transportation Access Portal, which we also call DTAP, which provides procurement opportunities. And that website is www.dtap.dc.gov. And all the websites will be included in the chat as well. Be sure to attend pre-bid meetings. If you believe that you have the capacity to perform the work, I would encourage you to attend the pre-bid meetings. The opportunities and dates of the meetings are also on the DTAP website. And lastly, make sure that you update your firm certification information in our DBE system. That is, and I will put the website in the chat, because that's where primes are going to go look under the NAICS codes to see if your company is certified. So please make sure that you're updating your information regularly. Also make sure that your phone numbers, your websites, and any points of contact are accurate in that system as well. So as we close out this 11th annual DBE session, I just want to say thank you to everyone. We hope to see you next year, and also we hope to see you in May at our networking event. And I'd be remiss if I didn't honor those that serve our country. So happy Veterans Day to all of the veterans. Thank you so much for coming, and enjoy the rest of your day.